Yo guys, and welcome back to another Assassin's Creed 3 stream. Today we continue with the Colonial Saga in historical order, and yeah, we're gonna be focusing more on AC3 today, I think solely actually, because up until Sequence 8 we can now fully focus on this game, which will give us quite a bit of play time, and yeah, more story stuff with Connor. We're currently about 18% into the game, and yeah, we just started kind of like getting to unlock the homestead and activities connected to it. So yeah, I would like to have a look, I think, what's actually available side stuff wise. The next main story takes place over here to the harbor. That's to unlock the naval. And once you have done that, we basically have to do a lot of naval missions, because they all take place in the same year that you kind of like unlock the Aquila, which will be your ship. We could go ahead and unlock some pack-leg trinkets actually. Kind of want to do as much side stuff as I can at this point of the game. Hey there, Lucinda. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. And good morning to you as well. Hope you're having a good one. Just doing your usual morning routine. That sounds good. Does it involve any coffee? Hey there, AMG. Welcome in. Sort of, you don't drink coffee, but you do drink one can of soda every morning to act as it. Ah, that's definitely fair. Yeah, I usually go for either coffee or like tea or something. Double soundful. You just remembered that Nick made you some tea last night. Might switch to tea after. Yeah, tea is excellent. I really love Earl Grey, but also love green jasmine tea as well. I think those are my favorites. Which AC is my favorite? My favorite one is the second Assassin's Creed. But shortly followed are definitely Origins and Maybe even this game, to be honest. Hey, Levy. Welcome in. No worries, take your time. Of Faulkner has like an invisible blade. Of course, we haven't unlocked the hidden blade yet, I don't think. Or do we? Oh, we do have them. But we haven't, I guess, gotten the upgraded hidden blade yet, which also includes the like hunting, scalping part of it. Your favorite is Syndicate? Yeah, Syndicate is also a really fun game. I'm looking forward to play that one again. I think they really nailed kind of like the game word. But also like the gameplay is really fun, you know. Like all the side activities feel like they really add to like the progress, I guess. The writing is a bit mixed, I think, but overall definitely a good one. I enjoy it. Damn, actually survived. I mean, it also works, I guess. It just runs to us. I'm doing well. Having a nice day so far. Definitely stoked to play more of this game. Finally, we will have like, you know, some proper AC gameplay and story. At least for a while. But yeah, how about you, Levi? How's your day?
I make my own luck.
Yeah, I mean, Jay may not be here anymore. But we're still making our own luck, as always. Okay, we have to find a way to get up here. Also, thank you for the follow, AMG. I appreciate it. Maybe from over here? We have some walls here. Your day's going pretty well. Had a really late breakfast and now just chilling because I don't have much to do at work. It's also really cold in your flats. Okay. Good job, both. It's also really cold in your flat, but also not really cold enough to turn the heating on. Yeah, I feel that. It's kind of like in between. But yeah, hopefully it's gonna... Oh, Jesus Christ. Connor? Sure, just jump down. But yeah, hopefully by next week it's gonna be a bit more pleasant again with the temperatures. I think we're right here. Connor was like, I want to jump down from a great height to prove my assassin skills. Yeah. It definitely showed us. Okay, let's have a quick look at the frontier in Boston to kind of like see if there's any side stories and activities. Okay, we do have this frontiersman mission.
If you're looking for the hunting cabin, you're almost there. Over there.
Oh, thank you. The New England Hunting Society. This club was founded in the 1770 by several trappers who earned their living in the area, including Simon Girty. The idea was to have cabins that would be a safe haven and warm place to rest for colonists who spent the season trapping in this part of the frontier. According to the records, as many as 2,000 hunters used the buildings at any one time. Although it originally started out as just a shared cabin space, it quickly evolved into a more formalized society. Human nature being what it is, hunters would break above their kills around the fire and exaggerate. After the several broughts over who could claim the title of the mightiest hunter, society members agreed to start logging their kills in writing, but why they would thought this would prevent people from lying is beyond me. It didn't. Sad, really. By the way, yesterday I caught a Velociraptor. Yeah, me too, Sean. Me too? Only I could assassinate him from up here. Jesus Christ. Lucky we didn't fall down there. I thought it would just like kick him down or something. But I think it's something they added more frequently to both Black Flag and Rogue. It doesn't happen quite as often in AC3 that you just like kick people down from the edges. Nice. So technically, I'm not doing a completionist run for this game. I will focus primarily on like story content and any kind of like side missions and collectibles that lead to story stuff. But I might end up doing completionist regardless, to be honest, because I kind of enjoy everything in this game. Like even the small side activities, like unlocking the underground and stuff like that. So, yeah. We just see how it goes, I guess. This is a teenage Connor right here. He's like 13 or something at this point. If Amok's Wrestle. My favorite AC game is the second one. Yeah, it's the one I played the whole way through for the first time. And just really have special memories to it. But also just still love it, like coming back to it every year. This is such a good writing and story and the soundtrack and just aesthetic of it and stuff. I just love everything about it. Eva Schillerlocke. Welcome in. How's it going? Okay, that's a lot of wolf pelts here. I just killed like an entire pack just now. Yeah, it's going good. Playing some more AC3 today. Definitely been looking forward to this. I just love this game so much, and especially Connor's like part of it. I think he's a really underrated character.
We was 8 months in the Kentucky frontier trapping and skinning elk. Well along my third bale when they came upon us. No less than a dozen Shawnee hunters had us surrounded at the point of musket and arrow. My bush partner froze up stiff. The fear chilled me the same, but I managed to muster what little Shawnee I was knowing. The leader spoke too quick, but I gathered we was poaching, having crossed into their territory a month or so hence. Their musket barrels stared us down, the heads of their arrows smiling sharp at our backs. I bumbled a proposition and busted Shawnee. Our full piece, my 3 bales, and my partner's 2 less a half, in exchange for us quitting the Shawnee bush on our own legs. Leader nods to his boys. They load up our take and start back into the trees. The honcho stays a spell longer, just staring right through us with his 2 black eyes. And then he was gone. We picked up, set back east the way we came. Months of profit lost, but our own hides intact. Never saw the Shawnee again, but I know they was following us. I could feel their eyes on our backs, clear to North Carolina.
Frontiersman. Daniel Boone was an excellent explorer and hunter, with a knack for talking himself out of trouble. I imagine he and his friends will have some fascinating stories to tell. I wouldn't mind hearing them from the primary source myself. Later authors were known for adding ridiculous embellishments, like the one about Boone killing a bear with his bare hands, or swinging through the forest on vines, or the one where he modified a silver sports car to travel back in time and ended up kissing his mum, though that might have been something else. Boone and his friends travel all over the frontier, so they will be able to tell you if there's any news you should know about. Danny Boone was a hunter and a trapper who through skill and luck went on to become a near-mythic figure in stories about the American frontier. Boone was born in Pennsylvania, but moved with his family to North Carolina in 1752. He traveled to the frontier frequently on hunting and trapping expeditions across modern-day North Carolina, Florida, and into Kentucky. The list goes on, but I stop it there because it's just a list of places, and that can be quite tedious. Boone is sometimes credited with discovering Kentucky, which is ridiculous as I'm fairly sure someone else must have seen it once, but it did have a major role in its colonization by Europeans. In 1773, Boone headed for the interior of Kentucky with a group of settlers, with the intention of starting a town. Now the Kentucky interior had technically been ceded to the British after the Treaty of Stanwix, but not all of the indigenous residents agreed with the treaty or the incursion onto their traditional lands. Boone's group hadn't gone far when the party was attacked. Boone's son was captured and tortured to death, and the colonists left. However, Boone went back in 1775 when he was hired by the Transylvania Company to blaze a trail to the interior, known as the Wilderness Trail. Boone settled in the area, founding the town of Boonesboro, arrogant which he later helped to save from attack by Shawnee warriors in the opening years of the Revolution. Boone was made famous in his later years not so much by his adventures, though he had many which I'm sure he'd tell you about, but by books written about his life, some of which contained, let's just call them, historical inaccuracies. The one where he roasted a 60-foot man fish springs to mind. In reality, Boone wasn't one to embellish his experiences, which may be why people felt the need to do it for him. I mean, I'm sure all of these stories are perfectly, truthful. Hey there, Lavko. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so apparently there's like an answer that Connor gives here. I happened across an encampment belonging to the two adventurers. The scene was grisly, my thoughts were of highwaymen or of war parties. But as I searched the area, the truth of their fates came clear. A fight broke out between them, vicious, one of them drawing a blade and stabbing the other. Then he set out for home. But he received justice of a kind before long, as he was attacked and killed by a wolf. Oh damn. Lynx? Or Bobcat? This is the best part of the story. Yeah, I love AC3. I think it's a really great story overall. And I think it's good it also takes time to kind of like introduce the characters in the new setting, instead of like rushing it. Yeah, to be honest, I love all of Connor's hairstyles. Like this one, then later when he ties it together, and then even later when he kind of like shaves the sides. But I do agree, like this one looks really cool. I like it. I think it's good to have like different hairstyles for different phases of his life, I guess, to kind of like, I guess also visually shows change, I guess. I wonder if there's actually like a mod that applies with different hairstyles at any part of the game. But I don't think so. Okay, so a lot of these missions we can do anytime. I'm mainly looking for like homestead missions right now. Let's have a look at Boston real quick, if there's anything. You don't like the shape one? That's definitely fair. I think what I like most about it is kind of like the symbolic meaning behind it. Like also with this war paint and stuff. It's definitely not the best casual hairstyle. But that's very fitting, I think, for the part of story that he gets it for. Okay, so just frontiers missions here either. Let's get a couple viewpoints real quick. There's a weird bug in the remaster version of this game where if you get a viewpoint, the music for it just loops and gets applied to every cutscene as well. Which makes it sound a bit weird sometimes because two soundtracks can like overlap each other. But you can fix it by fast traveling. Or you just like collect all viewpoints real quick and don't bother with it later. These type of kids. Yeah, toggle would be really cool for hairstyles, I agree. I think customization options in general are just great to add. You kind of like decide yourself if you want to keep it that way or not. It's kind of funny, like in Origins, they had Ike have long hair and a beard at the start of the game, right? But then when Aya shaves him, you kind of like were locked to the fully shaved style. And people were complaining so much that Ubisoft eventually just introduced a feature to decide yourself. I think it's great. Like, it adds to the enjoyment, I think, having the character look the way you want them to look like. Yeah, the customization options in Unity were so great. Like also having both the option to go for like entire outfits if you didn't want to mess around with like, you know, heavy individual parts. But, you know, like mix and matching the individual parts and kind of like finding a unique style for you was such a great idea. One I wish they kept for Syndicate, you know, like Syndicate only have the outfits, which look great, of course, but had like barely any additional customization options, like only the capes for Evie and the belts for Jacob. And well, technically the Assassin Gauntlet, but didn't really change too much about the general look of the character. Yeah, exactly. You know, you set the outfits and they also look great. Yeah, man, I can't wait to play some Unity as well soon. It's gonna be the next game after AC3 actually. Because you play these games in historical order this time. So instead of ending with Rogue, we end with AC3. In the Colonial Saga at least. Hey there, Aura. Welcome in. Love coming into Fashion Chat. Yeah, it's all about the Fashion Street. Hope you're having a good day so far. Yeah, the Edward Kenway outfit looks fantastic. Like the claw physics on that. Definitely looks next gen. I think the IT outfit also looks great, as well as Thomas the Carnion. Also love the Fearless outfit and the McFarlane outfit as well.
Scarves, mittens, and warm hats. Beat the chill of winter's time.
Explaining the viewpoint music bug explains a lot about your playthrough of AC3. Couldn't figure out why the music was so weird. Yeah, it took me a while as well to figure out what causes it and why it's happening. It really irked me so much, like almost made me deinstall the remaster version and just play the original instead. But when I figured out, it's definitely, you know, better to deal with. So getting all viewpoints real quick is just making sure, you know, it doesn't happen anymore. Okay, let's also get these two to the south here. And then we go back to the homestead for some more main story, I think. What's the fuck? Okay. Just go down then. I was meaning to kill the other guy, but it's fine.
Duck Street, by the market.
AC3 was your first AC game and your favorite. You wonder many people don't like this. Yeah, I think there were like a multiple of reasons why people didn't click with this game at first. I think one was the narrative structure. You know, you kind of have like 3 sequences with Haven, and then people grew to like Haven a lot, and then they throw you out of his character, and you have to play Connor, who is very different, and has a very kind of like different motivation as well. So I think that turned people off, like kind of like also how long the introduction felt, because it isn't until sequence 6 that you really fully unlock the game and everything in it. I think another reason is bugs, because when it launched, you know, it was like pretty ambitious and wasn't quite technically refined yet. I think another reason is also like people grew a bit tired of AC3, I think. Like especially with 3 games as Ezio, I think people got so used to playing a sim they couldn't really click with Connor as well. But I think it's also like people just growing tired of like, you know, AC seemingly being the same. And of course the whole part with Desmond at the end turned also people off from modern day, because they thought like, okay, what's the point of modern day, you know, now that Desmond is gone. Personally, I don't have any issues with any of that. But yeah, I think that's often reasons being stated for why AC3 is like not a favorite or has issues. That's what happened to you. You really liked playing as Haven, and you were, when you had to switch, you do like Connor, but at the time you were butthurt. That's understandable, you know. I was also like a bit like, I enjoy playing as Haven. You know, I wouldn't mind spending more time with him. But yeah, Connor grew on me, I think. The more time I spent with him and seeing his story. And also seeing how much Haven has changed, you know, I didn't regret not playing Haven anymore. I think it's great the way they introduce the villains in this game. I mean, you even think you're with the good guys at the beginning, right? Because, I mean, at least Haven, he isn't quite as corrupted as he is later on in the game yet. So I think it's also interesting, like, portraying them in a more like grey matter. Also showcase that there's like people way worse than, you know, some of the Templars like Haven. Haven is a really good character as long as you don't play Black Flag and Syndicate. Yeah, it's kind of interesting the connections these games have to Kenway, Saga, I guess, and AC3. I think it's a shame how Edward died and Haven, you know, grew up to be a Templar. He didn't really have a choice in it. Yeah, he really is a sinner. And he's also like, I don't know, I would say almost stubborn. In a way, you know, where he just doesn't give up, no matter what. He's also very idealistic and you could even say naive at times. But I think that's also part, you know, of like, what makes him great as a character. He's not, you know, letting his morals decay just because it's happened for others, I guess. That's another thing, like, Shardsley often does things that Haven didn't even approve of. You know, like attacking Mohawks and Ratonagedon when he was a child. Wasn't in Haven's interest. It wasn't Haven's interest to keep, like, a strong connection between the Mohawk people and the Templars, because he knew they had insight about the first civilization sites. But, yeah, Lee does a lot of things that Haven wouldn't agree with. Yet Haven never really punishes Lee, which is interesting. I always wonder what Haven thought about Connor's mom dying. Yeah, there's a scene in AC3 where Connor's basically blaming Haven and Chardsley for his mother's death. And you can see and hear that Haven isn't aware that she's dead. And he wasn't aware that Chardsley apparently was to be voted for that attack. But I mean, as you find out later, it's a bit tricky to follow up because Connor thinks Chardsley did the command of like ordering the burning of a village because, you know, he just happened to be there early on. But it seems to actually have been under Washington's command, like Washington ordered the burning of several villages. However, there's a theory that Chardsley, of course, have already been part of like the Continental Army. So that he might actually have been the one to still do the, I guess, attack. But only under Washington's orders. But Haven wasn't aware of it, and you can also tell that he's like really like affected by it. After all these years, he's still like caring for her. But yeah, I think that's why it's so important for him to prove later on that Washington was responsible for it. And he surely didn't order Chardsley to do it either, but I think Chardsley had definitely something to do with it. You know, it's too much of a coincidence that he has connections to the Continental Army and was there moments before, you know, it happened. Like, the Templars go there, they take a child and tell Connor that they want to talk with the elders. Otherwise something bad happens. Ben is doing like the whole speech about, you know, how they're just like a speck in the dust and not worth living. And then shortly afterwards, you know, the village gets burned. Okay, let's actually go over here. Let's get this trinket. Kenway got murdered by the sons. Good thing Connor's away from woman. Actually, no, he said it with Debbie. I think that's what's her name is, the female assassin. I'm not sure about that, to be honest. I didn't think Debbie was actually together with Connor. I mean, she definitely makes her intentions clear that she would be interested in, I think, in general. I don't think she's who Connor ends up being with. That being said, though, I haven't actually read the book or comic that shows Connor's family later. But I'm pretty sure, though, it wasn't Debbie. But there was definitely an indication that there could be something going on between the two. AC3 Tourney of Washington is great, more like fan service. Yeah, it's definitely a very experimental kind of like story and DLC. I mean, it's like basically completely a what if scenario. And none of it is really happening. Plus it's like also very fantastical with like the superpowers and all that type of stuff. Personally, I'm more a fan of like grounded stories that give you the intention, you know, okay, this could actually be happening. Like that was also appeal for me in AC games, you know, have like this whole like conspiracy theory like layer to it, but still based in like reality. Only there's like really high tech, you know, artifacts that aren't magical at all. They're just like more advanced technology.
I found him. Think he's a myth, but I have him.
But the Tyranny kind of like, it doesn't even use the apple for these superpowers. It gives a reason that there's like a magical tea that the Mohawk people drink that gives them superpowers, and it's like, okay, that seems legit. It also gets like the whole kind of like Easter logic completely wrong, like how pieces of Eden work. Like for instance, Benjamin Franklin is like being possessed by the apple at some point, like getting mind controlled the entire time. And what Connor does is he shoots him in the back with an arrow, and that somehow gets rid of the effect of the apple of Eden. Never before has that happened or worked. But yeah, I guess you really shouldn't take it too seriously. Like Odyssey, it's just more of a fanfic story, I guess.
Be a ship and a crew, and we'll find out what it was he held so dear. I met him once, that captain. He was 7 feet tall if he was an inch. I tell ya, legs like tree trunks and a smithy's arms. Almost broke my hand shaking it'll know. I could feel it then when I met him. No weapon made by man could harm him.
Ah yeah, Peklik. We can deliver these trinkets to him actually, and that will unlock some of the like naval missions. Actually the best naval missions to me, because they're more like tombs actually. Unlock these behind these trinkets. Connor's using arrows from God of War 4. Exactly. Yeah, I really enjoyed God of War 4. Fantastic game. I haven't played the other God of War games, but I definitely like to check them out at some point. Okay, let's do some main story.
Go away!
Said go away, boy! Do you not speak the King's English? Oh, I didn't see you there, old man. I'd have set my home in order if I'd known you'd be calling.
The boy's name is Connor. He's here to restore the property.
Restore? Restore? Pardon my manners. She's still the fastest in the Atlantic. Sure, she needs some attention. Minor things mostly, but with a little affection, she'll fly again.
Who is she?
Who is she? Why, the Aquila boy, the ghost of the North Seas.
The boat.
A boat? She's a ship, boy, and make no mistake about it. I thought you brought him here to restore order. I reckon he's the greenest thing on the frontier.
Connor, meet me back at the manor when you've finished here.
You said it requires repairs. You able?
She does need work. A ship is a she, boy. And yes, I can refit her, but I'm lacking in the proper supplies. Some quality timber would help me get started.
I can see to that. How long before she is able to sail again?
Just get me the lumber, boy. I'll raise a crew.
So, fun fact, but Robert Faulkner is actually voiced by the same actor who played in Pirates of the Caribbean, Gist, who's like also like the right-hand man to Jack Sparrow, of course, on the Black Pearl. He's like part of the crew pretty much at every point of the story. They're kind of interesting because that's the second, I think, connection to Pirates of the Caribbean. Because soundtrack-wise, Lorne Balfe, he was actually the composer for this game, but also a student to Hans Zimmer, who of course done the soundtrack for the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. And you can definitely tell there's some inspiration going on between the two as well. They're amazing, some might even say they're better. The God of War games. Yeah, I've seen a lot of gameplay and I love this kind of like hack and slash gameplay, I have to say. Like God of War 4 was great, also gameplay wise and the story and stuff, but I think the first three games might be very satisfying, like on a gameplay level. That's why his character looks just like him. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of similarities going on there. But yeah, really cool they got him to do voice acting here. Speaking of pirates, Connor's Navy outfit is fire. Yeah, it looks really cool. I like that they have like a dedicated outfit for him as the captain of the Aquila. Robert Faulkner is probably the most storied member of the Assassin Navy, though he was never formally named to a position above first mate. Robert Faulkner was the fourth generation of his family to be a seaman. I'm glad I didn't say that out loud, but the first in his family to be recruited to work for the Assassins. He started off in the Royal Navy, but finding his career stalled partly due to his inability to purchase commissions, he left to work for the United Company of Merchants. In 1753, Faulkner disappears from the historical record, presumed dead, but that's because he joined the Assassins as first mate of their flagship, the Aquila. Faulkner was much sought after as a mariner. Recruiting him was quite a coup for the Brotherhood. He had a reputation for having a disciplined crew and an almost uncanny knack for avoiding trouble, not to mention predicting the weather. Whether through years of experience, or some other more mysterious ability. Because I totally believe in those, Faulkner would know when a storm or calm patch of sea was coming and could use it to his advantage. Imagine that. A natural weatherman who could accurately predict the weather. The world would never see his like again. Faulkner served on board of the Aquila until it was nearly destroyed in 1768. Always deferring when asked to become the captain, he never gave his reasons why. However, his love for the ship was quite touching, and he headed out to its location near Boston, despite doubts that it would ever be seaworthy again. Faulkner could have gone back to the sea aboard another ship, but didn't. He stayed close to the ever-deteriorating Aquila, and took to drinking, which is where Connor found him. Quite interesting with the ability to, predict weather. I think this kind of like indicates that, this could be kind of like one of the abilities that he inherited from his ancestry. Because there's also like different form of like ego sense, right? Or like first civilization sense. For instance, Desmond, he can use eagle vision. Sean Hastings, for instance, he doesn't have eagle vision, but he has the ability to connect certain facts, kind of like conceptualize and create like networks between events that happened. He's very good at making connections, I guess, which is why he's also writing the database. And Robert Faulkner could be somebody, who could, I guess, understand natural occurrences to predict the weather. I think it's really interesting how the sixth sense kind of like comes different depending on the person. Like also with eagle vision, there's like major differences. Like some can see through walls, for instance, and others can't. Some can move very quickly while still using it, and some have to be completely still, like Altair. Oh yeah, this is interesting because it actually explains what happened to the ship that followed Haven to the colonies. And then there's Layla's crazy engineering ability, and that's all she has though. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, she's definitely a technical genius, I guess, but yeah, that's it. She does inherit some powers from, of course, Bike and Aya. But she's not like one of the best modern day assassins, I wouldn't say. The Aquila. Don't let appearances deceive you. You're looking at the former flagship of the Assassin Navy, if perhaps a little past its prime. The Aquila was built in France in 1749, in the city of Brest. Stop it. The design was incredibly innovative for its time. The ship was light, fast, and could carry a surprising amount of artillery for its size. It would be decades before there were schooners that could match the Aquila's speed. Of course, there were some disadvantages to the design, namely that the ship handling was very touchy and required an experienced crew. That meant the Aquila was underutilized until the assassins hired someone who would be able to use the ship to its full potential. Robert Faulkner. In 1754, the Aquila followed a Templar ship into the storm and was lost with all of hands aboard, or so we wanted the Templars to think. In reality, it sustained only minor damage, was refitted and became the assassin's secret weapon, staying out of major harbors, using its speed and the element of surprise to harass ships on Templar businesses. The Aquila took on mythical qualities. It was whispered about in ports along the eastern seaboard as the ghost of the North Seas. A pirate vessel crewed by ghosts that could appear and disappear into the sudden fog. This reputation was due both to Faulkner's uncommon skill and the superstitious nature of most sailors, who loved a good ghost story and all wanted to marry a mermaid. Eventually the Templars cottoned on to what happened, but it did take them more than a decade. They weren't the sharpest tools, let's say, in a box full of spoons. In 1768, the ship was caught in a trap by 3 British frigates. The Aquila was able to limp away from the battle, but ran aground in shallow water. The British left it for lost. Robert Faulkner survived the battle and had the ship towed back to a private bay near Boston, where it and Faulkner slowly deteriorated. That is, until Connor found them both. That's kinda cool, they make like a connection there to what happened to the ship that was following Haven. Because it gets struck by the like thunderstorm. But yeah, it does survive. And it does continue to arrest Templars. Yeah, now it's time to kind of like refit it. And rebuild it. Love it music. This one's called Fetching the Lumber, I think. But it has like different variations. So the melody reappears a few times.
There you are. I've something to show you. Come, take a look.
What is it?
A ledger. It lets us manage the homestead's dealings.
A letter? For me?
And these?
That was years ago. Before the slow fever, before the Templars, before everything collapsed. But that's all in the past. Better we focus on what's in front of us. Take up the ledger, and I'll teach you how it all works.
A ledger? For me? Hey Vermola, welcome in, dude. I hope you're having a good morning. How was the rest of your AC2 stream? I hope you had a good time. Or because you played Black Flag before any other AC games, you found it interesting to see the beginnings of the ship features in this game. Yeah, it's quite different, isn't it? Like, I actually really like the naval system in this game. I think it feels a bit more realistic and heavy. And also love the different mechanics, like for example, the chain shot is there to actually demobilize enemy ships and destroy their sails. Whereas in Black Flag it just only slows them down. So I think like in Black Flag it's a bit more arcadey, but overall a better working system. But in AC3 I think it's more realistic and it feels sometimes a bit more satisfying to me. But I think overall I prefer the Black Flag system for sure. Like especially the whole gameplay attached to the naval is just way refined for gameplay purposes. Bloody, but you had your most stealthy kills yet. Air assassination on Barico or whatever his name is. Oh yeah, dude, that's awesome. Yeah, seen you do some proper stealth kills there. I was actually impressed with that. Also some really nice counter kill streaks that you did. Okay, so this is the trading system. It's actually quite in depth, I guess, in comparison to others in the AC series. Depending on the homestead people you have and the professions they go after, you have like different kind of like raw ingredients you can buy, and you can use those to kind of like further refine them to be made into like, you know, like tools and stuff. And you can trade everything, like the raw ingredients or materials, but also finished products. And even have like some stuff to use for yourself. So yeah, it's like a great system. Okay, so we're gonna buy some oak lumber here. Then we can go to trading. Choose the land convoy. Select 3 of the oak lumber, and then we can choose this Boston merchant. In Kong store number 5, customers pay the best prices for clothing and woodworks. Okay, so we have a risk of 35%, meaning if this one gets attacked, we can go over and defend it. But yeah, there's like a small chance for it to happen.
Time passed quickly after that. My days a blur of study, training, and work. What little free time Achilles allowed me was spent learning about the Templars, about Charles Lee and my father. I longed to confront them, to put an end to their schemes, to ensure my people would remain untroubled and free. But I knew it was too soon, that to approach them now would see me killed. All my work would be for nothing. Patience, restraint. These proved the most difficult subjects for me. But in time, I mastered them as well. Days became months, months became years. And as my skills and knowledge grew, so too did I.
So this is quite interesting because this is actually not Connor talking from his like current self, but actually from his later self, right? So when he's talking about months and years, that's not like indicating that years have passed since you know, like the last kind of like mission, because obviously we have a time, you know, telling us, okay, it's been 6 months. It's actually like his later self retelling the story to somebody. I guess in this case to us. Or to Desmond. So let's have a quick look at the DNA tracker here. Okay, so we're still in sequence 5 here. Once we finish with it and with the Aquila part, we will have to do some naval missions because they still take place in the same year of I think it's 1773. I think that's it. Oh, there's actually an interactive conversation. Let's check that out. I wanna do them as early as possible.
You must be Connor. We've been raring to finally meet you. My name's Catherine, and this is Diana. We're the wives of those 2 blockheads who cut trees.
Nice to meet you. We've heard so much of you from the boys. Glad to finally put a face to the name.
The pleasure is mine.
We were just discussing how nice this bit of territory is, on a river with nobody upstream. I won't lie, Godfrey's letter had me a little worried. But now that we're here and settled, I must say I'm rather happy.
They had us on this plot north of Champlain that was a tangle of rock and bramble. Ugh, horrible place. It's a real treat to be able to walk up the hill and take in the ocean.
Your husbands must keep you busy.
Nothing we can't handle, Connor. The boys think they run the show, but the real bosses are right in front of you.
I do not doubt it.
Nice. So Catherine and Diana are also now here. And yeah, all of them also have like unique activities as well.
Terry's a good husband to you, no doubt about it.
But I just wish, and please tell me if I'm unreasonable, but just once, Catherine, could he be a little romantic?
Terry, romantic?
Yes, just once in a while.
But what do you mean?
I don't know, but bring me something nice, say something, show me some affection.
That's silliness, Diana. Terry does the important things. You do not want to nag just because he doesn't think to say
But
things.
it would be so much more pleasant. He's a very good man, but every day is a drudge. And he could help make that better. I notice Godfrey is very affectionate.
I get him drunk.
What? You're joking!
No, I get him drunk.
Oh, tell me all about it.
He's a warm man in any case. But when I feel I'd like a little more attention, I just see to it that he gets an extra tumbler of rum or two.
Would that work for me?
Next time Terry's in a good mood, pour him a double.
I'll give it a try.
That conversation though. Like, yeah, just get them drunk, you know. And we're gonna be very affectionate. Gonna learn the ropes of what women want. Yeah, no kidding. Not even sure the last time I heard that dialogue. Also, hey there, Terry. We just talked about you. I think you're gonna be drunk soon. Just saying. It's kind of fucked, ladies. Yeah, what a tactic. Okay, let's actually have a quick look at the frontier again. Just to see if any like homestead missions spawned, because 6 months passed. And we unlocked one of the... Ah, there actually is one. Cool. So I'm gonna do this homestead mission first then, in that case. Wanna do them as early as possible. There's also a chest over here. The moment I opened the chest, he also picked up a body. Apparently you can put them on the crate there. Maybe even in the crate. It's only fair, right? You get something out of a crate and you put something back in. That seems it's only fitting for one.
Take what you deserve, rebel.
Please! Stop!
Shut that whore up!
Wanna wait if I say anything.
Animals, stop!
Like anything more. I wanna trigger as much dialogue as I can, but I think it's everything. What the fuck? How did I hit the... Okay.
What happened?
They demanded we give our entire yield to the crown. Warren refused. They killed our animals, salted our earth, then dragged us out. You saw what followed. I'm afraid we have nothing to give you in thanks, stranger. We have nothing left.
Perhaps there is something you could do instead.
Anything.
I live in a small community not far from here. The soil is rich. The people I live with would have need of fresh vegetables, wheat, or corn. If you were to rebuild your farm, you may prosper.
What kindness is this? We'll certainly come see. Thank you.
Love, Warren, and Prudence in their story. Like Connor giving them a chance to, you know, start new. The community that, you know, accepts them. And also the whole story with them, you know, trying to get a child and then ultimately succeeding. And, you know, the way Connor supports them the whole time. You gotta kill all the turkeys, Aura. It's actually quite funny. There's like the assassin turkey Easter egg, right? In this game. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but I think after a certain sequence, you can activate the assassin outfit and then kind of like whistle on the wall of the homestead or something that summons the assassin turkey. The turkey that actually has an assassin hood. Come on. There we go. I wanted to progress on the like hunting map. Basically, for each district, you have like these question marks up there, and by hunting with different kind of like animals you can find and where you can do progress with it. Now, I don't have to get all of these animals unlocked, but if I have a chance, I would like to do it anyways. Find as many different animals per region. Turkey with an assassin hood. You have never heard of it, Easter egg lore. You gotta see the turkey. Yeah, if I can time it right, I would definitely try to do it. And showcase that. If not, we can also have a look at the video or something. Okay, let's have a look at Boston to see if there's any homestead mission there as well. Okay, there isn't. However, we have one now in the Homestead Davenport area. Oh yeah. Nice, our convoy also returned successfully. Didn't get attacked or anything.
Find them. I will handle it.
Stop!
You can go home if you want.
So
What's the trouble, Connor? So you'd hear past chasing a man.
He was trying to rob your home. It has been dealt with.
what? Oh, the women. Is everyone all right?
You should have been there.
What?
I told you to head back. I didn't need you.
Since when is a skinny runt like you safe out in the bush alone?
Diana's hurt. I swear you'll be the one.
Yeah, these two. Always fighting. Hell yeah. Godfrey and Terry can now create level 2 goods. Yeah, exactly. You also argue what's a confederation when you first meet them. A confed or what now? Alright, let's also go to Warren and Prudence. See if they are set it properly in the homestead. Okay, that works.
Hello, Connor.
Hello.
Is something the matter?
No, nothing that need worry you.
I would not pry, but please know that if there was anything I could do to help, I would.
It's all right. Connor already knows half of it. As you know, we've been trying to have a child, Connor, for a long time. Thus far, we've not been blessed even once. It takes its toll after a time.
You must not force such things. Nature will grant you with a young one when the time is right.
We hope you're right, Connor. At the very least, we are at peace here.
That's interesting. So I think this dialogue is actually supposed to happen after one of the homestead missions where you try to find Prudence and then she tells you about, you know, they try to get a baby for a long time but they haven't succeeded yet. I wonder why this dialogue was already available, but it's a verse. Okay, so since we triggered another homestead mission earlier, I wanna again have a look real quick in the Frontier and Boston. Because sometimes doing one unlocks another one. So I just wanna make sure we don't miss out on any as early as we can. Okay, so let's go to Boston. Yeah, it was. a bit out of order. Okay, so we don't have a homestead mission either. Okay, cool. That means we're gonna focus on some naval for now. Back to Davenport and get to be captain of the Aquila. Remember, you have to get flowers of prudence. Maybe that's the first mission. Yeah, something like that, I think. Or I think Prudence tries to find a flower or something, or like a special plant that's supposed to increase fertility or something. And then Connor like has to carry her back or something when she tells him about it, I think.
Yo, his name is Crocodiles. If you don't know him, then you're in denial. His rhymes flow hard like the River Nile, so give him a follow and stay for a while. Mic drop, boom.
Maxi, dude, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. How's it going? And thank you so much for the 15 months of resubbing at tier 1. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. And for that rhyme. Never gets old, dude. I love that one. Also, like, we referenced River now. Because Egypt and crocodiles and everything. Man, just hearing about it makes you want to play some Origins right now. And yeah, it's going good, dude. Playing some more AC3, finally we are at the point of the historical order where we can focus on AC3 mainly, so definitely enjoying that, doing as much of the side stuff early on as I can. Like all of the homestead stuff and all that, but yeah. Now we're about to unlock the naval aspect of the game, so gonna be doing some sailing soon. Black Flag style. How are you doing? How have you been, dude? The hard way. Set to Martha's Vineyard to equip the Aquila with cannon. Officers must also be hired to command the new guns.
Come aboard and feast your eyes, boy. No, not the left foot. Never the left foot. Horrible look. Step with your right foot first.
I make my own luck.
She is solid?
Aye. Weatherly and sleek. She'll fetch 12 knots in a stiff gale, near a ship from here to Singapore can outrun her on her best day. What do you say we take her out? Show you what she can do firsthand.
Where would we go?
As it happens, she still needs guns and the officers to command them. We'll launch straight away. Don't worry, lad. I'll make sure you sprout good sea legs. Haul in the mainsail! Get up the rigging! Hand over fist! Come on, men! Let's get her out where she needs to be!
Hell, yeah. You've been okay working and stuff, but hopefully do some streaming on Sunday. Very nice, dude. Yeah, sounds good.
Come on, lad. No time like the present.
What would you be streaming, Maxi? Some more Prince of Persia?
Double time, boy. It's time you learned. Take the helm.
Ooh, some AC2? Hell yeah.
Come on, she won't bite.
Half sail!
Do not take any damage before you reach Martha's Vineyard.
The
Okay.
killer flies again. Do you feel it, lad? Set a course for Martha's Vineyard. We'll find our guns and officers there. She's a nimble vessel, but the faster she goes, the more cumbersome she grows. And the firmer your hand needs to be. Enjoy this stretch of open water before we come upon those shallows. Call for full sail if you like.
Yeah, fair enough, Maxi. That would make it a bit more difficult to, you know, get the schedule planned out.
Stay alert, Connor.
Easy body.
Gusty
It's
winds can be
reset time.
difficult to manage.
Lol, what's poppin'?
Damn, awful rhymes today. Awful, dude. Welcome in. How's it going? Holy shit, dude. 13 months of resubbing, bro. Awful, thank you so much. For continued support. I hope all is well with you. Hope you're having a good morning. So yeah, with wind is like really strong like that, you really gotta like lower the sail, reduce to half sail, otherwise you're just gonna be like you know, dragged to like one side.
Now, take us through these shallows. Careful not to run up on them. The sandbars will slow us down, but the rocks will put a hole through a hull. And if you want to make a quick tack, call for half sail. She's more maneuverable then.
It was and you took it. Fair enough, dude. Man, this game is gorgeous. But the graphics on the naval as well.
Hold your
The
tack
water.
to keep you right of way.
Love how I can hear the music and singing on the other ships. Kinda wish I had that in Black Flag, to be honest. Like hearing music and shanties from like other ships as well. Is that the same thing about Red Dead 2 last night? Very big, gonna say hi to Rod. No worries, Waffle. Yeah, speaking of Red Dead Redemption, I can now finally play the first game properly. Because yesterday I went ahead and bought an Xbox 360. So finally I'm gonna be able to play games of that generation that aren't available on PC properly. Hey, the Graceful. I'm playing on PC. Yeah, that's a remastered PC version.
Cottages. We're close. Drop anchor. We'll go ashore, buy our guns, and find our officers. Oh, Hello, Miss Mandy. You're looking every bit as ravishing as I remember.
After all these years, you sail all the way to the vineyard to pay me compliments?
We are looking for David and Richard Clutterbuck.
Nice to see you, too.
Robert Faulkner. Where the hell you been?
Sorry for leaving like I did, lads, but where I was going, no one could know. You two working much?
No. Between contracts at the moment.
Well, we're looking for gunnery officers. What would you two say to working with me again?
We'd be for getting into a few more scraps.
Good show.
The Aquila is a fine vessel. We're fitting all the guns as we speak.
Looks like your friend's about to catch a beating.
Where is Charles Lee?
I don't much care for your tone, boy.
Hey, you don't want to be doing that, Biddle.
Bobby Faulkner turned to wet nursing. It's good you finally realize you're a shite sailor.
Whoa, 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 not in here,
Where is
gentlemen.
Charles Lee?
Better still, not at all. Bobby,
Where is
take
Charles
your friends
Lee?
and get out!
Let's go, boys.
Where is Charles
Our
Lee?
guns ought to be ready. Come on.
Where's Charles Lee? It's so funny the way he says it, just like out of nowhere. Also, hey Veroni, welcome in, dude. Thank you for joining. I hope you're having a good morning. David and Richard Clutterbuck were gunners of the merchant navy, starting the mid-80th century. According to their reputation, these two aren't averse to a friendly fistfight over pretty much anything, so if you're talking to them, try not to mix up their names. David is the older brother, Richard the younger. Oh, and definitely don't try and be funny with their surname. The Clutterbucks were a Dutch family who moved to London when David and Richard were young. Their father was a dock worker, and so the two brothers grew up near and in the dockyards, running errands to pass the time and earn extra cash. They showed an early aptitude and affinity, if you will, for fighting. The two brothers joined a crew with Robert Faulkner on board the Stalwart in 1750, and working with him until he disappeared in 1753. Unlike many who go to sea in search for adventure and treasure, the Clutterbucks' motivation was somewhat different. Guns. They grew up hearing the stories of the sea, but it wasn't until they overheard a gunner talking about the power of his cannon that they decided a sailor's life was for them. The sailor was not, in fact, talking about an actual cannon, but the impressionable lads missed it. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm saying he was talking about another type of cannon, a different weapon altogether. I'm saying he was saying his cannon had power. I'm using speech marks to make it obvious. He had a powerful weapon. He wielded an enormous penis. Still don't get it? Oh well. Jesus Christ, Sean. The Clutterbucks spent years traveling on various merchant and privateer vessels, almost always hiring on as a pair. They eventually settled semi-permanently in Martha's Vineyard, taking it as a place to rest between contracts before they would get tired of the all required and hire on to another crew. I'll explain the joke again later. Damn. What an origin story. So far so good, Ronnie. That's good to hear, dude. Amanda Bailey was a well-known and well-liked innkeeper in Martha's Vineyard around the time of the American Revolution. She was born in North Carolina in 1730, the oldest of a large family. Her mother died when she was 14, leaving young Amanda to work and help care for her younger brother and sister alone. Amanda first crossed paths with Robert Faulkner when she was a teenager. She was working for the United Company of Merchants. She was a barmaid, clearly a recipe for romance. They exchanged letters. I suppose it was the texting of its day, which stopped when Faulkner disappeared from Halifax to join the assassins. Sad face. Despite reports that Faulkner had fallen overboard or was dead, Amanda felt that he was still alive, somewhere, and after several years she went in search of him, possibly so she could give him hell for abandoning her, but I'm speculating. She never found Faulkner and eventually settled in Martha's Vineyard, taking a job working at a local inn, which she later purchased. Amanda had a born talent for leadership and organization. She was responsible for setting up the first school in the area, not to mention advocating for improvements to the docks to bring in more business. The inn was a hub for gossip during the Revolution, particularly if you wanted the latest in ship movements. It will probably come as no surprise to you that she was a spy for the Patriots, but that's only been publicly known since 1919, when a box of her personal correspondence was found, including some coded notes in Benjamin Talmage's handwriting. Nicholas Biddle was an ambitious young sailor who became one of the first captains of the Continental Navy. Biddle joined the Royal Navy in 1770, I mean the British side, but when the American Revolution started he offered his services to the Continental Congress. So a traitor then, but it's funny how you lot don't generally see it that way. Anyway, while he was only a midshipman for the British, Congress quickly gave him command of his own ship, the Franklin. In 1776 he was offered an even better deal, command of a brand new ship named the Randolph. History is mute on the reasons behind Biddle's rise to prominence. However, I think I might be able to solve a mystery. We saw Church recruiting him when Connor stopped at Nantucket. Biddle eventually became a privateer for the Continental Congress, patrolling British shipping routes, harassing their ships and keeping off his spoils from any he could capture. He had a reputation as an excellent captain, he divided the spoils evenly and never used corporal punishment against his crew. What a softie. Pitiful really, but I think you can see why that would be a job perk. So he just got like inducted into the Templar Order, you could say.
What the hell was that about?
The older man is a Templar. Who was he with?
A Templar? The young buck was Nicholas Biddle. Nobody. Sails before the mast. Midshipman for the Crown.
Are the guns ready?
Aye, but we won't jump in over our heads. We'll find a suitable target and show you how they work. We've fitted her with a modest amount of guns to start, but rest assured there's ample room to add more should you feel the need.
Looks like a British frigate with half seas over. Should do nicely for a spotted target practice. Bring around broadside, and when all guns are on target, call fire.
Round shot for a start.
Well done, boy. Now, aim all guns at her bow and do as much damage as possible.
So the way it functions is you kind of like have to charge it in a way. In Black Flag you could just shoot immediately, but yeah, in AC3 you have to like charge it, and then it becomes like more precise and deals more damage as well.
Some old powder in there.
Good. Now give the swivel guns a turn. More precise. Hit those old powder barrels and light up the sky.
Never gets old. Not bad for a spot, Captain.
Ha ha. You are a fast learner.
Provided something interests me.
Ah. Getting a taste for the open sea, are we? We'll make a jack tar out of you yet. Now we should be getting back. The old man is like to have my hide for keeping you out so long.
get a brace and use silver guns to destroy ships.
Why is he shooting at us? Destroying property of the crown, disturbing the king's peace, take your pick.
What do we do?
Naught else but to fight back. Sink the bastard.
Use the swivels on him, Captain!
We still gotta brace a few more times here. Okay, do I get the objective? Okay, let's brace one more time. Just gonna let him attack me with purpose. Come on. Why is he not attacking me? Okay. Did that work? Yeah, it did. Okay, cool.
English frigate! Oh, be twaddled, another one. Where in the bloody hell did she come from?
Yeah, no kidding, Aura. It's actually insane how much of a badass Connor already is at this young of an age.
Carry on, sailor. Not bad for your first voyage, eh, boy?
Now we best be getting back, or the old man'll have my guts for garters.
Oh yeah, full sync.
I got 'em! All of 'em! You get what I need, and I'll give 'em to you. Simple. You got a ship, could find 'em all to boot.
Who is that man?
Him? Some old salt always on about letters he's got from Captain Kidd. Nonsense, really, but he doesn't hurt no one, so I'll leave him be. Talk to him if you fancy, but be warned he'll chew your ear off. Anyway, the Aquila's here for you. If you should get a pang for the open sea, we'll be waiting. Now, I implore you to head up the hill before the old man comes out of retirement just for me.
3 weeks. And not even a goodbye before you left.
Sorry.
Well, what are you waiting for? Put them on. Once upon a time, we had a ceremony on such occasions. But I don't think either of us are really the type for that. You've your tools and training, your targets and goals. And now you have your title. Welcome to the Brotherhood, Connor.
Nice. Finally, we have the assassin outfit. Oh yeah. But yeah, quite a sad undertone with the induction. Still, you know.
Welcome back, Desmond. You'll be happy to hear there's actually good news for once.
Yeah?
I've managed to locate a power source, and it's relatively close by. Up for a trip to Manhattan?
Is it safe to leave? Abstergo's gotta be looking for us.
Obviously it's not safe. Can't exactly sit around here hoping to get lucky, though, can we? We need that power source. Besides, I'm sure you can cook up some way to hide our movements.
Maybe. The Templars have access to all kinds of satellites and camera systems. We'll need to find a way to mask our digital signature. I can probably camouflage the van, too. But there's not much I can do for us.
That's an easy one.
Let me just put on my hood and the rest will come by itself.
Local utility companies have assured the public that they're completely prepared for the upcoming solar maximum. Disruptions to service are expected to be minimal.
If only they knew.
What's this?
A remote-operated camera. It'll provide us with a feed while you're on mission. This will let us talk to each other.
We're almost there, so listen up. The artifact is in an office penthouse in Lower Manhattan. At this time of night, direct infiltration is going to get you noticed. I think we're better off having you drop in from above.
What do you mean, above? Hear me? Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yep, read you just fine. Now why don't you power up the camera? I've got pictures. Running diagnostics. Perfect. I've got a nice, strong signal.
Nice. So this is another highlight of AC3 for me. The modern day mission for Desmond, because this time, you know, we actually go out there being a field agent and everything, because we gotta get those power sources, right? Like, it's very urgent at this point, you know, considering it's like only another 1.5 months or so until the 21st of December at this point. So they have to urge, you know, to find enough power sources for the temple. Activate whatever is behind it. It's also nice because Desmond can showcase, you know, all of what he has learned from his ancestors.
Seriously, Sean? Fuck you.
Yep. I remember this freaked me really out the first time I played it, and I was like, holy shit. Imagine if you fall down here. I'm that tired. Like the car's only dots at this point. But how cool is that, you know, like being in Manhattan in modern day.
Jesus.
Look on the bright side. No security to worry about.
And on the not so bright side, the slightest misstep means you're effectively paced.
Shut up, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, he's rightful. But yeah, it ain't helping.
Almost there, Desmond. Once you reach the top of the lit-up crane, you should be high enough to make the jump.
Should?
It'll be fine, don't worry.
Well, you might want to worry a little. I'm pretty sure she was high when she was running the numbers.
Sean!
A joke. It was a joke. Or was it?
Man, this view right here.
Jump when you're ready, but wait for my signal to open the chute. Timing's really important here. Too soon or too late, and you'll miss the building.
Now that's a modern day viewpoint right here.
Now! Open your chute, now!
That wasn't so bad.
So, you must be Desmond. Not exactly what I expected, but I guess your kind doesn't have many options these days.
Who are you?
Ask your father. Now give me that.
I don't think so.
Look, I'm not supposed to kill you, but the boss man didn't say anything about fucking you up. So you've got to the count.
Wade just grabs his weapon like, well,
So
I don't have to
who
do
the hell is
anything.
Daniel Cross.
Believe it or not, he used to be an assassin. The assassin, the way I've heard it told, but it turned out he was a sleeper agent for Abstergo, programmed to infiltrate and destroy the organization.
How did he know you were there? We could be compromised.
They must have caught me snooping inside their network and sent Cross to see what we were after. If they were aware of our current location, we'd know. Though, I will say this. Doesn't bode very well for future expeditions.
I've set up some cameras topside. If anyone shows up, we'll see it.
I'd suggest you go see about finding a socket for that power source. Or we can return to Connor if you prefer. All the artifacts in the world won't mean a thing without the key.
Yeah, we're gonna take care of the first power source here, which is up there. I want to wait with the Juno dialogues until we find a power source. I'm not going to go to the next one afterwards. Unless we have gotten the next power source already. But actually... Okay, let's take care of the power source first and then we talk to everybody.
When we thought we could be saved, we sought to face the sun's wrath and contain it. 4 towers would be built to pull her fury into this place and dispel it. But even with all we knew, with all we had, it would take too long. 1,000 years we could labor and still the work would not be done. The first tower was never completed. The project abandoned. We moved on. But while we labored on other endeavors, a few returned. They thought to automate the process. Metal might finish what flesh could not.
That's quite interesting because Valhalla actually goes also a bit more into detail about these towers, because in the Asgard storyline you also try to prevent the catastrophe, right, as Odin, and you kind of like hire an Aesir to build a tower for you, like one of the 4. That's one thing I find great about Valhalla, is like all the connections it makes to like other AC games, but especially AC3 has like tons of connections, both modern day but also ESO storyline wise, and also with the Mohawk people as well.
If we could not meet the sun's cruel embrace, perhaps we might rebuke it. Already we could generate the fields to protect us in times of strife. But these were small and simple things. To replicate them on a scale the size of a world, we lack the energy to make it so. Half the world, they said then. It is better than none at all. We tried. Again, we failed. A quarter, they asked. Even this we could not do. A sixth, an eighth, a tenth, they cried. The answer was still the same. Perhaps in time a city might be spared. But it was time we did not have. So we moved on.
One of the cities shown there was Eden, actually. Because the architecture looked quite similar to what we've seen in the Truth of AC2. Where Adam and Eve escape with the Apple of Eden from the city.
Wonder what's inside.
Only one way to find out.
cards that open up another path. But yeah, we're not gonna go there just yet. We're gonna wait until we go to Brazil and unlock our power source.
Son, I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have lashed out like that. You have to understand, I've never been very good at this. Never mind that we live rather extraordinary lives.
Yeah, I kinda liked my ordinary one.
You can't escape who you are, Desmond.
So I've noticed.
Look, it's silly for us to go back and forth like this. I admit, I did a shitty job raising you. I apologize, I'm sorry. But it's important you understand it didn't come from a bad place. You're my son. I love you. I guess I was so busy trying to make sure nothing bad happened, I didn't consider the consequences. Truce.
Yeah, dude, the actor for William Martz, he's so good. I love both his voice, but also him as like a real actor. He also played a character in my favorite show, or one of my favorite shows, Breaking Bad. Also done a fantastic job there.
I can't believe it's taken me so long to ask, but how's Mom? She's not...
No. Your mother is fine. We decided it was safer if we split up for this job.
Always assuming the worst.
For good reason.
Can I at least say hi to her?
I'm sorry, it's too risky. Maybe when we're done.
Right. When we're done.
He's amazing Picard. Which character in Breaking Bad? He plays the father of Jane Margolis. She's the girlfriend of Jesse in the second season, I believe. And also drug addict, like like somebody recovering, I guess, also from drug addiction, but falls back into the habit later on. And when her father loses her, you know, he's the one causing the plane accident where the two planes crashed. Because he's the one kind of like supervising the routes, right, of like the planes and stuff, like doing the communication between planes and stuff. Yeah, that's the one. Only a rather short like appearance of the season, but I think he's still done a great job of the character. In Picard and Star Trek, he plays Q, the omnipotent being that tests humanity. Ah, okay, I gotcha. I haven't seen those yet, so I haven't seen them in there, but yeah, I can imagine he's done a great job. I could listen to him like narrate an audiobook or something, to be honest.
Have we ever tried to make peace with the Templars?
Throughout our history, there have been moments. Several, in fact. But it's impossible. There are existential differences, insurmountable. If there were to be unity, it wouldn't be a truce so much as a submission.
But knowing what's about to happen, wouldn't it make sense to try and talk to Vidic? Come to an arrangement, even if it's only temporary?
We'd all be so busy watching our backs, nothing would get accomplished. Imagine that. We're more productive at war.
Well, have we ever tried sending in someone? Doing to them what they did to us with Lucy? Or Cross?
We have, and it's never worked. We've sent people who were either too weak and found themselves turned, or too strong and were unable to carry out the charade.
I just feel like we all want the same thing.
We use the same words, but that's all they are, words. In the end, it all comes down to freedom. We seek it, they detest it. And so there's never an end to the fight. Not until one side is completely gone.
Is that even possible?
Probably not. Our two groups have existed in one form or another since, well, since forever. But things can be better than they are. And that's something.
Yeah. I like William's analysis there of a Templar assassin conflict, you know. Like, obviously, both organizations want peace, you know, which I guess you could say is the same goal, but the way they get there is very different, and the form of peace it would be, you know. Like, assassins strive for freedom, like peace and prosperity through freedom. And the Templars strive for order, structure, and complete control over humanity to ensure peace, that nothing violent can happen. But yeah, the way they get there obviously is very, very different. The Templars would put humanity into like a neat prison, essentially. As Edward would say, sober but sopped of all spirits. Hey the viewer, welcome in, dude. How's it going? It's going good. Playing some more AC3 today. Loving it. Like getting back into it. Just doing some modern day right now and talking to everybody.
I know everyone thinks I'm being silly, but I can't shake the feeling we're being watched.
We are being watched. By Juno. Or some version of her.
Do you think it's a recording? Or is she a ghost? Or something else? Is she talking to us the way Minerva talked to Ezio?
No clue. I mean, who knows what else they were working on down here? There's still so many rooms we don't have access to.
But do you think she's like literally down here, waiting somewhere, still alive?
Still alive? That's mental. That I mean she'd be at least 75, 80,000 years old? Oh, powerful, yeah, but not that powerful.
They came down here looking for a way to survive. Maybe they found one.
Going good. Was going to stream this week, but too long didn't read. Only playing Valhalla with no stream. You have to take extended breaks, not worth streaming, but you've arrived in England. Oh yeah, dude, that's awesome. How are you liking the game so far? What do you think about the changes and Eivor and stuff? The Templars always say they want order because it's safer, but they really just want to manage all the trade routes or businesses nowadays. There's a reason they end up owning all the biggest companies. Yeah, I mean, they have a finger on everything, right? And I think it's really interesting in the glyphs of AC2 and Brotherhood, how they go into detail, like how they, you know, created Abstergo as a company because they wanted to control trade, I guess. They wanted to push capitalism as well in several countries and start several wars to ensure that would happen. Like, one of the reasons they also pushed the Second World War was so they could take more control in more countries, I guess. Also turn some states into kind of like democracy slash of capitalistic nature. It's okay, it hasn't quite caught your full attention. You're starting to like the combat, but you don't like how the map is set up. It can be difficult finding wealth. That's fair, yeah. Yeah, it definitely gets some getting used to, like also with the change to like the bird and stuff. But yeah, for me it was definitely more like something I had to get used to, but overall really ended up enjoying. I thought both Senno and Ikaros were a bit overpowered actually in Origins and Odyssey. The way, you know, you could like take everybody and it would like be marked forever. I thought it made stealth sometimes a bit too easy, like knowing exactly where everybody is at all times. And I feel like with Odin's sight you still have like enough, you know, kind of like functions to spot enemies if you need to. But yeah, it's definitely not as good, I guess, but I thought it also made sense for, you know, given that you play like a different type of bird. So I thought it was good they made it different. But I think it's good you can still mark single enemies though, like if you need to. The villains of capitalism? No way. Yeah, who would have thought? I definitely use Sinan a lot less than I did in Origins and Odyssey, that's for sure. That's also because Odin's side is a good replacement for what Senua and Ikaros did sometimes.
Did you look for me, Dad? When I was gone?
Every day.
Come on.
I mean it. Every night I'd look, searching for your name or variations of it, hoping you'd slip up. Abstergo only found you first because they had better access. A few more days and it would have been me.
Well, I'm here now.
And I'm glad.
Do you think Lucy regretted what she was doing?
I used to think I knew her well, but clearly that wasn't the case. So I really can't give you an honest answer.
She seemed so sincere, though. Like she really wanted to make a difference.
Yes, well, when I first met him, I thought the same thing about Cross.
It just keeps happening over and over again.
What does?
Everything.
Don't get weird on me, Desmond.
No, it's fine. I'm fine. Don't worry.
All right, then. You should think about getting back in the Animus. We've got to find that key.
Don't get weird on me, Desmond. Everything just keeps on repeating. But yeah, I guess William doesn't quite have the understanding there for what Desmond means, because Desmond, of course, having, you know, experienced 3 different ancestors now with Altair, Ezio, and Connor, like, he feels, you know, that things repeat, because he has, you know, lived a few different lives at this point, which William hasn't really in that kind of, like, extent. You never like Layla over Desmond? Yeah, me neither. I don't know, I felt like Origins didn't make her very sympathetic, like didn't set up as a very sympathetic character. But then later in Odyssey they made it even worse, you know. Like with what happens and how she treats others, and there's no real consequence to her actions or what she does until Valhalla comes along. Valhalla actually does a good job, I think, addressing the issues that Odyssey really made worse. And there's some redemption for Layla at some point, which makes me like her as a character in the end a little bit more. But yeah, it's definitely not my favorite character.
Ah, Desmond, there you are. Can I ask a favor?
Maybe.
When this is all over, I'd like to try turning the dial back on the Animus. Like, all the way back. To the time of the first civilization.
You think it would work?
There was no real loss of fidelity when you visited Altair. Then again, that was about 1,000 years ago, and I'm looking at going back at least 70,000 more.
Sure, I'd be up for it. It'd be interesting to see what things were like back then.
Excellent. I think it would prove most enlightening.
Does she have ESO DNA like Desmond? Is she just really smart? Was she the place for the character starting in Black Flag? Why is she doing what she's doing? So she's definitely not the place for the character in Black Flag or Rogue. Like, those are 2 separate people. I mean, there's definitely some information you can find out about her past and why she joined Abstergo and how in the computer and Origins. Goes a bit more into detail, like I guess you know, with her being like, I guess, discovered by Abstergo at some point and them wanting to use her technical knowledge. She's also one designing, I think, the mobile Animus that you can see in the AC movie, or at least having like the ideas being pitched and Abstergo kind of like changing it. But yeah, she's definitely a technical genius, I guess, as is indicated several times. She definitely has to have ESO DNA, however, it's never stated like who actually her ancestors are. But you know, the fact she could use, for example, the stuff of Hermes Trismegistus is indicating that she has to have some form of like Isu DNA in her. For the criticism Desmond used to get, at least he had a personality and reasons for what he did. Yeah. Again, I think like Odyssey is really screwing up Layla as a character, to be honest. Like, she feels very inconsistent. It also doesn't help that Origins does everything to set up the initiation of Layla into the Assassin Brotherhood, but then Odyssey completely skips over that. She just is an assassin. But then when she later explains why she is with the Assassins, she's like, yeah, I'm for freedom, chaos. It's like, yeah, no, that's not really what the Assassins stand for, you know? Like, the Assassins don't seek chaos, they're not like taking everything literally. You know, they don't take freedom literally, they don't want like pure freedom or anything. They want to be responsible with freedom, but ultimately guarantee as much as possible to as many people. But it also showcases that Quebec doesn't really understand, you know, both the Assassin or the Templar ideology. Because that's like the first mistake, like taking the creed literally. Like, yeah, not everything is permitted. It's just there's a potential, you know, for everything to happen. Like, you can do anything at any time. It kind of like reveals the freedom of choice you have. It doesn't mean you should go around killing innocents. Only because you can, you know. It just showcases, okay, you have freedoms, you know. You don't have to have others say otherwise. But it's up to you to act accordingly what you do with your freedoms. It's always like a pity when, you know, the developers and writers themselves don't even understand that, I guess. You agree with me about Layla. She was off on Odyssey, but she is portrayed so differently and clearly regretful in Valhalla. Yeah, they done a good job. And you can definitely tell that Darby McDevitt also listened to the fans and their complaints about Odyssey. Like, he really tried to address issues people had. And I mean, I was like one of the biggest critics of Odyssey's modern day, and the fact it made me actually care about Layla again is showing what good of a job they did in Valhalla with modern day. Chaos over win. Yeah. Definitely. So give me a sec, guys. Okay. How do we take a step backwards after the ending of Unity, where Arno explains his understanding of the creed? Between him and Edward's understanding of wisdom, it's disappointing. It really is, you know, but yeah, it's really like, it really comes down to like the writers sometimes, you know, like the way they set up a story and who's like writing what. And with both Edward and Arno, you had like, you know, Ubisoft Montreal, the one who worked on the game since dawn of AC, I guess. They clearly have like so many people who are very passionate about the series and have been working on them since the first game. Just a different understanding, you know. When you have teams like Quebec, which obviously are still passionate about their games, but I don't really care too much about AC as a series, you know, like, or the history of it. Like, you can just look up interviews of the creative directors, and it's like immediately revealed they, you know, didn't even go back, for example, in the development for Odyssey to look at Origins of the story and what happens there. Like, very roughly, of course, but once people ask like detailed questions, you know, they have like no clue. They just want to create the game whatever they want to create, and that's it, I guess. Yeah, I just wish we had like a proper lore master, I guess, you know, who would ensure that even if there's like different teams, they would still make sure to have like, you know, the facts right, I guess. Because it really creates big inconsistencies between the games. Having like so many different cooks in the kitchen working on the narrative and writing. Or just, you know, keep it to one studio. Like, I would be all for Montreal being the only team mainly developing AC games, the way it was, I guess, from AC2 until Black Flag. Like AC1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, 3, Black Flag, all of them have been created by Montreal. Unity as well. Then came Rogue. Then Syndicate, which I think was still a good game, but also wasn't as fitting and good into the series as the other games. And then Odyssey. Yeah, don't get me started on Odyssey. Anno's epilogue is some of the most major and foreboding of a warning about how to be the architect of your future and how assassins should exercise caution. Edmund Odyssey is just like, gotta find the MacGuffin, oh no, it's also Burglo, and so far I'm with you guys, but how it's looking in AC5, in AC Valhalla. Yeah, I don't know, he really didn't do a good job at Layla in Odyssey, modern day. Like, her motivations, not caring anything, like not one bit about, you know, her friend dying because of her. Her understanding of the Creed and the Brotherhood. And, yeah. Like the fact she kills her friend but spares Otzelberg is just like... Are you alright in the head? But also the logic behind it, right? Like she just like punches... what's her name? Victoria? With a staff and she dies. But then she stabs Otzelberg and he survives. It's like, right. Makes photo sense, you know?
So this is how it started.
What are you up to?
Just brushing up on my American history. Well, I say history. They certainly teach you strange things in the States.
Like what?
Well, for all the talk of this being a revolutionary war, it was a civil one. Well, not that kind of civil. I mean, there was no America versus Britain. It was Brit on Brit action. And you can clearly see how the whole thing got started. One war gave birth to the other.
You mean the 7 Years' War?
Exactly. Seems the Crown overspent in its attempt to keep the French out, wound up with a great deal of debt. Believing that the colonists should help to shoulder the burden, new taxes were created. It was a reasonable request, even if Parliament was rather, well, undiplomatic about it.
Well, it's not really fair to tax people for a war they didn't want any part of.
What? Didn't want any part of? Did you not notice George Washington with Edward Braddock? He was right there in the middle of it. So here you have the Crown spending who knows how much money to secure a place for the colonists to thrive, and then, when they ask for a little bit of help... Right, look, think of it this way. King George and the colonists, they all go out to dinner, right? And when the bill comes, George asks for them to kick in and pay their share. Fair enough. But keep in mind, he's been taking them out to dinner gratis for decades now. But the colonists, oh no, they insist they only had a glass of water and a side salad. Never mind the table's full of half-eaten food and empty bottles of wine. Then when the king points this out, what do the colonists do? Oh, they flip the table over and they storm out the restaurant. Probably intending to return later and burn it down.
You left out the part where the king pointed a gun at the colonists and asked them to cover dinner for everyone in the restaurant.
Right, yeah, interesting take. If he pulled out a gun, and I'm not sure he did, it would only have been after the 100th failed attempt at getting them to pay their fair share.
But how do you define someone's fair share?
Oh, well, with a war, apparently.
I love these dialogues between Desmond and John. I forgot the part where he put out his gun and then asked every colonist to take care for dinner of everybody. But there's also a great reference to a 7 Years' War because, of course, that's what we played in Rogue. Like Rogue took place during the 7 Years' War. So yeah, it's great kind of like having also that connection here, right? Like the debt and how that led to the taxes, and that led, you know, to people being angry and trying to rebel against the British. trying to seek independence from the crown. Work has the best armor. The plot armor? Yeah, it's the strongest. What a limey jerk. Sean is so weird about his pro-England bias from the Revolutionary War, who actually wants to side with England, like, yeah. I think it's cool though, because usually you wouldn't, have somebody speak up for, I guess, the British in that regard. So, it's kind of funny, like, hearing his perspective, like, even if it's also, like, very biased and flawed sometimes. I think it's great having these, like, different stances on the time. Maybe just you, but Desmond seems to speak for the American sentiment of how we learned the revolution. Definitely, yeah. Yeah, I would say so. It's even like addressed in the database when Sean talks about certain events that, Desmond is very biased about his American education. And is always reminding him of the other side of the British view. So it's definitely a bit like, American versus British view on event. From an outsider perspective in, say, Germany, Desmond definitely speaks the American sentiment 100%. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of like questionable if he's like really fully behind it or if he's just trying to kind of like make a point about it regarding Sean. But definitely seems to speak up for, that kind of like viewpoint.
I wonder how many other places like this exist.
There are dozens of them, all over the world.
And somehow no one's ever found one before us.
I don't think that's true.
Oh?
When I was at Abstergo, Vidic talked about silencing discoveries made by non-Templars. And I'm sure Abstergo has dug up plenty.
The things they must know.
Regretting throwing in with us?
No. Just looking forward to when we can finally trounce those bastards so I can dive into their archives. Oh, I think I found a lead on another power source. Later, Desmond. I'm in the middle of something very important right now. Just, that's a rule. Just follow that as a rule.
Man, I love Danny Wallace, the actor for Sean. He's also a writer himself. And I guess a comedian in a way.
We should probably get back to Connor. Come on, son, we got work to do.
There you are. Didn't see Rebecca before.
Was it weird seeing Cross?
Sec.
What do you mean?
It's different for you. You don't know about what happened, I guess. For a long time, he was important to us. He was a different person.
Sean said he was a sleeper agent, like Lucy.
It was different. She made a choice, but Cross, if you read the files, Abstergo just... They did terrible things to him.
Rebecca?
You're lucky. We all are. We have people who care about us, who look out for us. He was all alone, and the people he thought he could trust, they used him.
Did you know him?
No, but I knew Hannah.
Who's that?
She tried to help him. She trusted him. But there was a raid about a year ago. She stayed behind so the others could escape. Tried to reason with him, to see if she could fix things.
Well, what happened?
What do you think happened? He killed her. That's what he does. That's all he knows how to do. Sometimes it seems like that's all any of us know how to do.
Rebecca.
Man, you can tell Rebecca's really much more affected by the whole Daniel Cross story than anybody else. But yeah, it's really just showcasing, the horror that Abstergo does to some people. Like, Daniel Cross, he joined the Assassins, as kind of like an escape from his life. Because he was actually doing really bad, very poor, also a heavy drug addict apparently. So joining the Assassins was kind of like, you know, actually a way of betterment for him. Like, he was doing much better. However, he got programmed at a very young age, I think, by Abstergo to, you know, join and infiltrate the Assassins to then kill the assassin mentor, which he did. So I didn't have any choice in it. I did like experiments on him and made him do it. It's kind of funny because in Rogue, you know, Otzeberg talks about Daniel Cross as an example for why the Assassins joined the Templars. But he conveniently left out the part, you know, where they did the experiments on him.
I just want to be alone right now.
Okay, let's have a look at the laptop here. I reckon we have some new emails. I actually read these 3 emails already, but for some reason they were unchecked. We also read this. We also read that. We also read this. Okay, that's new. Okay, so I think this binary code translates to Juno, actually. If you are a great actor, great writing, but man, that argument about the war triggers you so hard. That's definitely understandable, dude. I don't blame you. But yeah, definitely, I guess, do it for that purpose as well, right? To kind of like create some conversation or discussion, I guess. So Juno says, it works. I should hardly be surprised. Electrical impulses move from one pathway to another. You call them networks. Our word for them was more akin to road. It is yet difficult to project a thought from one medium to another, and yet it works. It works, it works, it works. So she's trying to figure out a way to communicate with Desmond through the laptop. Sean Hastings, Hatham's Blades. I've been doing some digging on Hatham's Blades, still not 100% sure where they came from. My initial instinct was he started out as an assassin. I believe his father was one in fact, but it appears he was a Templar from pretty early on. Maybe he took them from someone. It's happened before, and they're quite handy. I'm surprised more Templars haven't put them to use. Pretty easy to build a pair if you know what you're doing. Juno, improvements. I found a way to better control the impulses, to formulate a thought and transmit it, to add a sense of structure, a sense of order. Your fear order, your kind, the gentle hand tends a flock. It is a kindness, not a cruelty. I wonder will you ever understand. Your enemies do in their own way, but they share your base heritage. The concept is flawed. They are not worthy. You all have proved unworthy of our gifts. So she's kind of talking about the natural order, right? With the ESO creating the humans as their like serving race. And that the Templars understand that it's humanity's place to be like a servant, I guess. However, the Templars of course see themselves as the shepherds, and the ESO think they can't be because of their base heritage, you know, being human. It's only up to the ESO to lead humanity, not the Templars. The Templars kind of like try to be like the ESO, right? And the ESO aren't very happy about it, at least Juno isn't. Some others weren't. Sean, Juno. Looks like Juno's really taking a shine to you. I suggest you don't engage her. There isn't time to go down that rabbit hole. It's sure to prove a better stand. Besides, the whole experience is actually the final door. Salvation, was it? And hey Verot, welcome Insani. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. I hope you had a great stream today. How's it going? How was it? And for anybody that didn't just join with a raid, if you haven't checked out Rod before, he's a great streamer. Also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. He's playing those games on the weekend every time. Currently he's doing a playthrough of AC Syndicate, but he's also soon gonna be doing his annual series run, where he's playing for the entire series. So definitely check out that if you haven't yet. And yeah, you can also catch him play other games like Red Dead Redemption, also Ocarina of Time, Zelda, Tomb Raider, Witcher, and loads of others. So yeah, definitely check out his channel if you haven't yet. We're currently doing some modern day reading in AC3, but yeah, almost finished. That final door, salvation was it? But for us, who knows? Here we sit, working towards something we know next to nothing about. But it's our only chance. So there's that, I suppose. But hey Cindy, how are you? It was great, going well, got some hunting request work done, exotics collected, and some herb picking done for challenge all. That was great, went forward in time 7 years, so now playing as adult Link. Oh, nice dude. I didn't even know the game had like a time skip like that. That's cool. So does the now listen part actually get different? Like, does it have like a different voice actor? Having like adult Zelda? I don't think he actually says much like in dialogues, does he? But I always remember this like now listen sound bit. But yeah, that's good progress as well with Red Dead, dude. Glad to hear it's going well with the challenges. And yeah, dude, I'm so excited to be playing Red Dead again, especially now that I got my Xbox 360, so I can also play the first Red Dead soon. And, you know, in like the proper way it's meant to be. But yeah, AC3 has been going really well. Like, we've done the parts of unlocking the naval, and also done a couple homestead missions. And yeah, then we also done the first modern day mission in Manhattan. So that was quite epic. I love those parts of AC3, you know, like being a field agent and actually getting outside with Desmond. Okay, so we also got an email that has been forwarded to us from Juno to Sean. Leave him alone. You shouldn't meddle in affairs that do not concern you. And Short says, Lo, somebody doesn't like me. Yeah. Doesn't surprise me that Juno doesn't like Sean, given that he's much of a free thinker. But that's Shulo, he only vocalizes attack sounds. Nevi the Fairy is the one who keeps nagging him with, hey, listen though. Ah, okay, so it's like somebody else. I gotcha. That's fair. Because I was wondering, because it's quite high as well, right? Like in its tone. That's great, dude. It's going to be good to see you play it again, but this time with a much better system to play it with. Excellent progress, Cindy. Thank you so much, Rod. I appreciate it. And yeah, for sure, dude. It's gonna be good. I've also got a really good capture card for much cheaper as well today on eBay, so definitely been doing some deals. Gonna be good to also like be able to capture both the 360 and the PS4 properly now, without like any delay or quality loss. So yeah, definitely going there. Also ordered Red Dead Redemption, the Game of the Year edition for Xbox, so yeah, soon I'm gonna be all set up. I'm honestly thinking about just playing Red Dead immediately after Witcher, but maybe I play a few games in between, like shorter ones, to have a bit of a break from like huge open world games. Hold on, we didn't read this yet. From Sean. Official visits and emails too apparently have got me thinking. What happened to Tinia and Minerva? They're the ones who invited us to this little apocalypse party, but now they've gone and buggered off. A little inconvenient, not to mention rude. I try and poke around later, see if there's not some sign of what happened to them. But yeah, I think that's all the modern day done. Time to get back into the animus. I wrote it's funny because there was a cartoon Legend of Zelda that was part of a larger cartoon series called Captain N, and Link in that cartoon actually speaks. As far as you know, it's the only media in which he has dialogue law. Do not blame me at all for wanting to just jump into it again. Ah, interesting. So doesn't he even have dialogue for the new game, Breath of the Wild, I think it is? I guess it's then just part of a style maybe, like to not have like dedicated dialogue. But yeah, that's interesting. I remember his like combat sounds in Super Smash Bros. For GameCube actually, because I used to play Link quite a lot in that.
Good luck, Desmond.
These are troubled times. The already uneasy alliance between the Crown and its subjects frays. And behind them both the Templars plot, pulling strings and moving pieces. History dictates they seek order through control. But how will they affect it here? Who supports them? And what conspiracies have they already spun?
Spare a
All
moment.
these things I must determine.
Of course.
For
Have a
only
look.
by knowing my enemy can I hope to stop
What is
them.
it? Xingbao, or rope dart if you prefer. One of the many plans given to us by Xiao Yun to...
Sorry.
We'll have to work on this.
Ganondogo.
Yes, my friend.
What brings you here? Is the village all right?
For now.
What do you mean? What has happened?
Men came, claiming we had to leave. They said that the land was being sold, and that the Confederacy had consented. We sent an envoy, but they would not listen.
You must refuse!
We cannot oppose the Sachem, but you're right as well. We cannot give up our home.
Do you have a name? Do you know who is responsible?
He is called William Johnson.
Where is Johnson now?
In Boston, making preparations for the sale.
Sale! This is theft!
Kana, take care. These men are powerful.
What would you have me do? I made a promise to my people.
If you insist upon this course of action, seek out Sam Adams in Boston. He'll be able to help. What have you done?
When my people go to war, a hatchet is buried into a post to signify its start. When the threat is ended, the hatchet is removed.
You could have used a tree.
I love it. You could have used a tree. But yeah, this hatchet is gonna be very symbolic, because at the very end of the game, you know, when Connor's actually done with his mission, you know, he has lost so much and won so little. And when he removes it, you know, kind of looks back at everything that's happened, and you can really see, like, the sadness, I guess, but also, like, how much he hurts, you know, having done all of it. But it hasn't been for nothing, you know, there's also, like, good things that came out of it. Just not necessarily for him, like, personally, and for his people. Rod, apparently they added voice acting for Breath of the Wild for all characters except for him. Ah, interesting. It's a very conscious choice then. I mean, that's definitely fair. It's like also like part of the games, you know, for him not to have like actual voice acting. Sheng Biao, indeed. I don't think they even call it like that in Chronicle China, do they? That's cool, they kind of like give it a name in this game. But Achilles, that would have not been as dramatic in Kovo. That's true. it's more meaningful, you know, having it being attached to the homestead as well, I would say. And look at all of these pop-ups here for stuff we can do. Achilles is kind of annoying in this scene. You don't know why he's so shocked by Connor's response to this news, like when he says, if you insist in this course of action. Yeah, I guess he really doesn't want Connor to kind of like be too quick and, you know, too hasty, I guess, in his decision making. Because he feels like he still has to learn a lot. But Connor's right as well, like, you know, he has to act, otherwise it's gonna be too late for his people. And William Johnson will succeed in selling the land, so yeah. I think it's good because you can understand both, I guess, sides, you know, like Achilles does it from a place where he wants to protect Connor as well, I guess. Chao Jun is an assassin from China and one of the last assassins to meet with Ezio Auditore before his death. Jun was born in royal captivity during the Ming Dynasty. She spent her teenage years life as one of the favored concubines of the Chinese Emperor Zhengde. While not an ideal lifestyle, though I wouldn't mind it, it's better than digging ditches. Zhengde's taste for travel meant that by the age of 15, Jun had seen more of the world than most people of the era, which I suppose you might consider a bright side if you try not to realize that even some cats had seen more of the world than most people of the era. In 1521, the assassin order used the confusion surrounding Zhengde's death to infiltrate the emperor's compound and free some of her concubines, Yun among them. She immediately became an assassin, but never forgot the woman she had been forced to leave behind. Years later, she returned to the imperial palace to free the remaining concubines, only to find that they had been killed by Zhengde's successor, Jia Jing. Jia Jing's response to the second attack on the imperial palace was swift and brutal, and caught the assassins unprepared. The Brotherhood in eastern China was decimated. Chao Yun and her mentor survived, but were forced to flee Asia entirely. They traveled to Italy to seek the advice of Ezio Auditore, but only Chao Yun would finish the journey, arriving in Florence in 1524, shortly before Ezio's death. And that's what AC Embers is about, right? Like her arriving in Italy and being trained and tutored by Ezio, who basically mentors her into how to rebuild the Brotherhood. Alright, let's actually go inside here and unlock this next homestead mission. I think that's the Encyclopedia of the Common Man, where you have to track the different activities that your homestead people do. The earlier, the better.
Connor, it has occurred to me that the times we live in will be looked upon by future generations with a certain degree of scrutiny, no matter the outcome. With that in mind, I think it valuable to record the goings-on around the homestead. A true log of how people lived during this time of transition. Something to help color the portrait. What do you think?
When I find a moment, I will try.
Very good.
And I also love Achilles' voice actor so much in this game. Much more than one in Rogue. I think they chosen one to do like a bit more like a cliche villain-like voice. Because it's the way they wanted to portray Achilles in Rogue. Let's have a look at the ledger here. Alright, we now have the crafting section unlocked, apparently. So we could craft barrels with oak lumber. Let's make 2 of those. Recipes can be collected for a word. Each time you find a recipe, it will be added. Okay. Let's go back to trading here and just buy as much as we can. We can buy some beeswax, eggs, honey, and milk from the farm, from Warren and Prudence. Then we have, of course, the lumberjacks. You can buy some ash lumber, some charcoal, kindling, oak bark, oak lumber, and walnut lumber. And yeah, that's everything we can buy raw material wise right now. But we could probably do some crafting maybe. Let's see if we can craft anything. Okay, we can only craft Undermite maybe up here. Nope. We could craft another land convoy, that's good. We can even craft 2. Okay, nice. It gives us more trading opportunities. And yeah, then we just have to make some barrels, I guess. That's all we can do right now. Let's see. Barrels. We get the most from Incog's store here, so let's go ahead and trade over there. I'm gonna send out 3 convoys here. Actually we also have beaver pelts, right? These are actually really good to sell and trade for. I should focus on these actually. Look at that, they give us 414 per. Okay, yeah, we should focus on these actually. They're like a really good source of money, like pelts. Especially if you don't buy them, but just, you know, like, hunt them yourself. But where's crafting Lee? Oh yeah, gotta do all the crafting. Yeah man, I love the crafting system in this game and the trading and the economy. The way it's intertwined with the homestead and the people and the missions. This really feels natural, the way they've done it. Alright, you also have the database here. Interesting. Once you get used to the system, it's pretty good. Yeah, it definitely takes a while, and I think it's a bit off-putting at first to newcomers. I know it was for me. But yeah, when I really got into it, I just loved it. Examine this. Weird. Ah yeah, we got the first expedition painting. We also got the art of conversation. We have won this keepsake for engaging in an ambient conversation with the lumberjack wives. That's cool. Hey Vera Ginger Cat, welcome in. How's it going? I'm well. Having a good time with some AC3 today. I'm loving this game so much. Yeah, it's great to be back playing it. Especially after suffering through Rogue. But yeah, having a great time. Okay, let's go out of here. So we actually can't do any main story right now. We will have to do a lot of the naval missions first, actually. However, before we do that, I would like to do some homestead stuff, I think. So let's check out some of these homestead missions first. Just ate some dinner and chilling out now. Very nice.
Can you help me?
What did you have for dinner today?
Are you all right?
What do you think?
How did this happen?
Poachers in the woods. I asked them to leave. This was their answer.
Come on. We need to get that arm looked at.
What if the men who did this?
They can wait. Your wound cannot. You be able to make it to the house?
Yes. I think the ball took only flesh.
And what is your name?
Miriam.
Do you live nearby?
I don't have a home per se. I took to the frontier when I was a young girl. I've made my life out here ever since. Living where the land makes it easiest.
Not a common choice for a woman of the colonies.
No, it's not. But truth be told, it was this, the convent or the brothels. I prefer the open air.
Yeah, Miriam is a great character. I love her story as well. You're wondering what happened to the Animus project? Yeah, pretty much inactivity, Rich and Jacket. I know that Morrow wasn't like really streaming much anymore, like both on his personal channel and on the Animus project. Then Eric had some issues, I think, with his PlayStation and took a while to get it fixed. And yeah, I kind of like ended up being the only one actively streaming for a long while. And also just didn't really have the time anymore to like focus in addition on the second channel. So yeah, I just also decided to focus on my own more. So I kind of, you know, just like became inactive for various reasons, I guess. Just some pasta with vegetable sauce. Oh, nice. That sounds delicious. I love me some pasta. But Connor, so Miriam, do you like flowers? I'm imagining the guy that you sent the video of Rod making an answer or giving an answer to that. Why would you assume I like flowers only because I'm a woman? Dude. It actually really cracked me up. Like, the longer I watched it, you know, the more I cracked up as well. Especially with, like, the music that happened every time, you know, he, like, switched to the answer. Yeah, definitely Ferrot. Like, that was alright for a while, but I also couldn't, like, invest, you know, too much time in it. And another thing was, you know, like, even though Animus Project was focusing on AC only, I still wanna, you know, like, keep on going my AC playthroughs over here. And I felt like once I get to Valhalla, my own playthrough and kind of like overlap with Animus Project, I just really had like a burnout on the game a little bit, you know, playing it like 2 times, you know, at the same time. So yeah, I just wanna have the AC games feel as fresh as possible whenever I play them, so I don't wanna, I think, play AC in Edition anymore either, like on an additional channel. Like, that's what I play AC games, right? I wanna, like, really wanna get back into them and play them again. Not feel like I'm burning out on them. It's very addictive. The music was definitely awesome, and that's his real hair and mustache too. Is it? Yeah, he looks funny, but in a good way.
Kana, what are you doing?
Those poachers need to be stopped.
Saw the scabs from my hunting blind. Get to that, and you shouldn't have any trouble finding them.
Use the rope dart if you can. Get familiar with it.
Oh yeah, I love the rope dart a lot. One of my favorite tools. And I love his music as well. Connor, can you go up here? Okay. But you enjoyed your last playthrough for Valhalla, but doing runs so close to one another was a little exhausting. But by the time you got back to that game in your annual playthrough, you'll be really fresh for it again. Yeah, for sure. Like, I'm probably gonna feel the same way, you know, because it's still gonna be a while until I play Valhalla as well. Like, I still have, of course, AC3 and Liberation to finish, then Unity, Syndicate, Origins, and Odyssey. Well, this time it's gonna be Odyssey then Origins, I think, because I would also like to play those games in historical order. Rather than, you know, playing Origins, then going back in time, then going forward in time again. But yeah, it's still gonna be a good while. And since I'm also skipping the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC until I play the game in my annual series playthrough, then, you know, it's gonna feel even fresher as well. Yeah, that as well, you know, has that positive effect of like getting Odyssey out of the way earlier. And I love rope darts. I think I mentioned that before.
William Johnson's opening up some of that Mohawk land you purchased for free hunting soon. Might be we make a good haul up there.
I hear tell lumbering will be allowed to boot.
What does he want with the territory if not the game and timber?
Don't know. Don't much care neither. Feet skulking around these woods. Something don't feel right.
Feeling a bit guilty on account of that woman you put a hole in?
Nah. She had it coming.
What's she dressed like that for anyway? It's not natural.
I hope the hangings are so gnarly. They really are. That's what I love about them. So happy that recently a new Monkey Island game was announced called Return to Monkey Island. The writer of the first two is returning to the series as well, so that's cool. The voice actor who plays the main character is doing the role yet again. It comes out this year sometime. Yeah, I've seen Ketchup be like really hyped about it as well, and then starting another run of like, I think The Secret of Monkey Island or something. So that's awesome, you know, that there's gonna be like a return.
Hey! Where are you, fellas?
For fans of the series.
Shooting strangers in the forest, is that common hunting practice where you come from?
No!
Spare me! Go! Tell the friends you have left what happened here.
Indeed. Awesome is going to be replaying the first game. You can't wait to play the new one. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I still gotta play these games myself, but I mean, they're such a great legendary status, I guess. So many people seem to be looking forward to that game. And yeah, might be a good kind of like motivation to also get started on that series myself. So with that announcement and the horror game The Quarry, that's now 2 games you had no idea were on the horizon to get hyped for. I mean, that's the best hypes, you know, like when they come completely out of the blue. It's like a welcome surprise. Yeah, they look really funny. Like watching Ketchup also play it a little bit, it seems really cool. Also love the environments, I have to say, like the way they created the world. Looks like they put like a lot of love into it, designing it.
Thank you, Achilles.
You are most welcome.
Why did those men attack you?
It's no secret this land is full with game. I spotted the trespassers en route to request permission to hunt here myself, and suggested they do the same.
The bounty of the forest is not mine to give. It is your right to hunt on this land, but I would appreciate you trading your surplus with the others.
Very well. I accept.
Nice. Got a hunter. Or huntress, rather. And I miss this game so much, and the homestead as well. Cool. We actually tracked one of the activities for the Huntress as well. Let's actually watch her a little bit, see if she's changing her behavior. Maybe we can then check even more activities already. The earlier the better. Yeah, Miriam is a great character. Also love how she and Norris end up getting together. Like that whole story. Okay, this activity has already been scanned. Let's see what she's doing next. Apparently walking around. Very important activity of every hunter and huntress is to walk around the woods. I wonder if she's like going to a trap or something to check on that. The first step in learning to become one is to know how to walk. Yeah, very underrated skill. 10 out of 10 can recommend walking.
Lovely morning.
A lovely morning. Ah. Now we tracked another activity apparently. Yep. She's checking the trap. Interesting. Ouch. It hurts. GG. Better disguise it with some leaves and stuff. Alright, where are we headed next? Another thing I love is actually like all the animations for Connor, you know, like just his walking animation even. Or like when he runs. Also like animations like, you know, his tomahawk and the way he flips it and stuff. I've done a lot of mocap animations for Connor. Like also combat wise, of course, of like all the double counter kills and stuff. Also love how you have like so many different types of weapons, like, you know, the swords, the tomahawk, the daggers, the hidden blades, the heavy blades, the blunts and stuff. And all of them have like unique animations. Good morning, Connor. Okay, what are you doing next, Miriam?
Lovely morning.
It is.
Going to be a busy day.
I mean, if you walk as slowly as you do, then it's gonna be a very busy day. Because you're just gonna go from one trap to another at snail's pace.
Good morning, Connor.
Wait, is she checking on the trap again? I failed to defend my convoy? Fuck. We lost the convoy. Hopefully not the one with pelts. Because that would have been a loss. I didn't realize we had to defend our convoy. Fuck.
Whoa, almost lost a finger.
Okay, it's the same activity again. I'm gonna come back to her at a later point to track the last activity. Indeed, Requiescat in Pace convoy. Let's actually check my ledger to see which convoy we lost. Yeah, of course we lost the convoy with the pelts. Fuck. Okay, let's buy some more oak bark and oak lumber. We can also buy cadmium now. And snake root. Then we can also buy hunting ingredients. Or, I guess, resources. Let's actually buy some beaver pelts. Because they're still gonna give us a profit overall. Also some hair meat and hair pelts. Okay, and then I wanna craft another land convoy. Let's see. Yeah, we can still only craft barrels here. Okay, trading. We're gonna go for pelts for now. So 3 there. Then 1. Put up. Yeah, we only have 1 beaver pouch. And then we're gonna add, let's see, some deer pelts as well. And last but not least, we're also gonna assign 2 deer pelts there. And I guess 1 hare pelt maybe. Yeah. But this time we gotta pay a bit more attention to our pop-ups so we can see when one of our convoys gets attacked or not. It's also fast travel so we can get rid of this message show top left there.
Connor! Thank God you are here. Prudence is missing. She went out to gather some things this morning and never returned. I'm worried sick. What if she's hurt?
I will find her.
The dog might help track her down. He has a good nose. Come on, boy! He has been gathering the evening primrose almost every night. She is obsessed with the oil it yields. That is all going to stop now. I don't understand why she wants so damn much of the stuff.
That walkie animation.
She picked some here. She can't be far. We should split up to cover more ground. Prudence! Connor, anything yet?
Okay, where's the flower bag? Shit, there she is.
Thank you so much, Connor. Thank you. I don't want to think what might have happened if you had not arrived. I saw some primrose growing there, and the bear just came charging at me.
Why are you gathering primrose?
Well, Warren and I have been trying to conceive a child for a long time now. I read that evening primrose encourages fertility. I'm sorry, this is not a proper conversation given the circumstance.
I understand. Not another word on the matter.
Connor, you won't find Shotzi here. You have to try harder than that.
Prudence! Are you all right, my love?
I'll be fine. Thanks to Connor.
Thank you, Connor. Once again.
So that's the mission that should have been triggered before the dialogue we had earlier, where she talks about, you know, trying to get pregnant.
Master Connor! Dad and Godfrey are fighting! You need to stop it!
Not again. Always fighting, the two. Hey, the Beyond, thank you for the lurk, dude.
I told you! Didn't I need your help? Oh, if you'd listened, none of this would have happened.
Terry, I'm fine. Leave it alone, Godfrey.
Quit putting this on me. I told you we didn't need to be cutting that day, so shut your mouth.
Leave it alone, Godfrey.
Oh boy, this mission.
I'm gonna beat you
I missed the part where
senseless.
that's my problem.
I'm gonna beat you senseless. Come on!
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Man, I struggled so much with this the first time. By concentrating on both, you know, meters there really screw with me. But I can deal a bit better with it at this point. Take my sugar.
You alright? There's no need for this.
Yeah, he's a blockhead.
He'll cool off in a spell. Just needs some time is all.
Why do I have to type something in there? Yeah, that's not supposed to happen, Richard Cat. I'm gonna make sure to take care of it. But yeah, thank you for doing the German gameplay commentary. So that means I'm gonna be speaking only German, or I'm trying to speak only German for 3 minutes of gameplay, trying to kind of like narrate what I'm doing in my native language. I'm not gonna be reacting to any chat that's English during that period, but I'm gonna catch up on chat afterwards. So yeah, I would say let's start right now. So, ein bisschen Deutsch zur Abwechslung. Ich schätze mal, dass mich fast keiner verstehen wird, aber das ist ja der Sinn der Sache.
Are you not angry, Godfrey?
Me? Not at all. Terry's just got himself a temper, and I won't let him get away with it. It's really no trouble. He'll calm down. The runt couldn't do much damage anyway.
Does this happen often?
Ha! I was just telling Lance how I can set the calendar by these events. It's really not a worry, Connor. But I appreciate your concern.
Natürlich. Ich meine, die streiten sich ja irgendwie jeden Tag, ne? Wird sie auch schnell geschlagen, aber immerhin sind sie nicht nachträglich. Oder nachtragend. Ja. Okay, ich möchte mal ganz gerne schauen, ob ich auch noch die anderen Aktivitäten von denen tracken kann. für die Encyclopedia. Right. Ja, die sind nur am Entspannen hier. Kann ich eine Aktivität verfolgen? Das zählt auch nicht, anscheinend. Du verstehst ein bisschen Rich Jacket. Well, that's good. Ja, ich versuche auch nicht zu undeutlich zu reden, hoffentlich. Dass mich auch Leute verstehen können, die vielleicht so ein bisschen Deutsch sprechen. Okay, das sind alle Homestead Missions in Davenport im Moment. Lass uns mal an den Wald hier schauen. Vielleicht gibt es auch ein paar optionale Dialoge. Oder auch nicht. Oh ja, das ist okay. Wir haben auch keine Homestead Mission.
Are we done with this pissing contest?
Lass uns mal nach Boston schauen. Sind wir fertig mit diesem Pissing Contest? Yes, we are. That's 3 minutes of German gameplay commentary. Thanks for deeming it, Rich Jacket. Don't know how much you understood, but I hope a little bit. Okay, so we also have a homestead mission in Boston. Let's check that out. We had German in primary and high school as a third language. Still remember some stuff. Also fan of Rammstein. Yeah, that's definitely fair. If you like had it in school and also like enjoy some, you know, German artists as well. It always fascinates me how popular Rammstein is outside of Germany.
While expressing sincere condolences to
Oh, nice. We got some good money here. All the convoys arrived safely. Oh, yeah.
Have a taste of my shove off, mate.
He didn't do
You'll be sorry.
We were just
Have
talking.
a taste of my
They
boot,
don't like his
Frenchie.
accent.
A
is
little
all.
help,
s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, my friend. They had a little too much bière and didn't like the sound of my voice. I was only talking to that girl.
Your accent is unfamiliar. Where are you from?
North of here. Province de Quebec.
And what brings you to Boston?
I am a miner by trade, but it's hard to find work. People don't listen to me because of my accent.
It might be our meeting was fate. I hail from a village just a few miles north of here. There are the beginnings of a mine. I do not know what is in there, but you might find what you are looking for within.
I'll come have a look. If there is something good, maybe we'll talk, eh?
Richard Jacket, your favorite song of him is Benzene? Benzene. Yeah, that one is a funny one. To be fair, all of his songs are kind of like funny if you understand what they're saying. But maybe Norris asked if she liked flowers. Yeah, never asked that. It's, I think, the biggest lesson learned in the entirety of AC3. Okay, another homestead mission spawned. Great. Okay, awesome. However, before we go ahead and do more of that, I'm actually gonna go and take a break now, since I haven't taken one yet. And when I come back, we're gonna do this last homestead mission and anything that follows. And then we will focus on some naval. Because, yeah, the next main story would actually take place after a few of the naval missions that take place in the year 1773. So we will have to do the Chase, Fort Walcott, Henderson in Distress, Paving the Way, Dread of Night, Sinking a Secret, the Ghost War Act 1 and Act 2 as well. So that's gonna be, let's see, 7 naval missions we will have to do before we do the next main story in 1774. So quite a bit. Gonna be a bit more naval focus when I come back, I think. AC games have the best loading screens ever. Yeah, they're so good. I love when you have the ones where you can like move freely. Unfortunately, not all of the AC games have them. Like Unity doesn't have it and Odyssey doesn't either. But I love when they have it. Also when you can do like certain actions during it, like in Origins and Valhalla, where you can also like do combat and stuff inside the loading screens. Thank you, Rod. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you, Aura. And yeah, I'm gonna leave you with some epic AC3 soundtrack, and I shall be back in just a few. Thanks for Ginger Cat. I will catch you in a few. And hey Veroni, welcome in, dude. Perfect timing there, I just came back from my break. How's it going, dude? I hope you had a good stream today. Welcome in, Raiders. And yeah, welcome back everybody else. We're back with more of AC. We're currently working on the Holmes mission and the Naval. And yeah, I believe we have still one more Holmes mission to do here. And to talk to Norris. So, let's do that. Shall we? Thanks, Rod, for the welcome back and also for giving Ronnie a shout out there. Don't worry, you just have to take off to the lab. You got caught in. Have a great rest of your stream. No worries at all, Ronnie. Thank you for dropping in and for the raid. Definitely understandable. So, yeah, I hope you have a great day at the lab as well, dude. And yeah, we will catch you later. Holy shit, that icon. It's like having a disco party or something.
Could you make a little more noise? Been fixing to trap a cougar I've seen prowling about. The beast has snapped 2 of my snares already. From what I've seen, its fur is white, mad as it sounds. Its hide would be worth a fortune to the right person.
I have never seen a cougar like that. I would like to help you.
I'll follow you then. Stay quiet.
Okay. Let's go and find the white cougar.
Got his trail yet? Look at the size of those claw marks. Better shoot true. He's a taste for fresh meat. Seen this before. Looks fresh. He's close. There he goes! We won't get another chance at this. Come on, Connor. We won't see him again after this. This is our only shot. Hurry up.
You must be here for my new friend. I was dumping a load and he went straight in. Lucky I wasn't in there.
Very. What are you thinking, Miriam?
Flush and fire. Norris can back off. One of us goes in there to draw him out, and the other waits out here to shoot.
I will go in.
Nice shot!
Thank you, Miriam.
Well, Mola, I'm glad I'm not the only one who had that association there. When he said that. Hold on, is she doing like another activity? Nope, she's just chilling, apparently. Indeed. Okay. I wanna have another look in the Frontier and Boston just to see if new home missions spawned. If not, then we can do some naval stuff. Okay, nothing here. Norris found a lot of right then and there. Yeah, definitely. I can definitely tell he's like quite how do you say? Enamored, I guess. Okay, so no more homestead missions, right now at least. So let's head to the docks here. And start off with some naval. I'm also unlock some of the Pecklek missions because some of them also take place in 1773.
To what do I owe this great honor, Captain?
The letters you speak of, what are they?
Oh, now you want to know. Captain Kidd's letters, boy. He hid a great treasure somewheres and sent letters to 4 of his crewmen along with a strange piece of leather. If you find the men, you'll find the scallywag. It's that easy, 'tis.
May I see them?
You might be a captain, but you're not too bright, are you? I'll barter with them. You give me some trinkets I like, and I'll give you a letter. Building my own treasure cache, see?
Trinkets? Like what? Where?
Use your imagination, Captain. There's interesting swag all over the frontier.
A letter? For me?
A letter. Yeah, we're gonna get all the letters from William Kidd here. Captain William Kidd was a Scottish privateer turned pirate, and the centre of numerous pirate legends. Not much is known about Kidd before the late 17th century, even his year of birth is approximate. It's reasonably certain he's from Scotland, but that's about it. Every good pirate needs a mysterious past. Kidd first appears in historical records in 1689, when he's listed as a captain. He was a privateer for Britain and the West Indies before sailing for New York City, where he lived for several years. In 1695, Kidd was given a privateer commission to hunt ships in the Indian Ocean and headed for Madagascar, which at the time was a known pirate haven. Then Kidd disobeyed the terms of his privateer's commission, attacking ships in the Red Sea. No one is quite sure why, but I guess that's pirates for you. The bonkers. When Kidd returned to the West Indies in 1699, he found that he was a hunted man. He sold his ship, the Quetta Merchant, in Hispaniola and headed up the coast in a new ship. Kidd knew he was likely to be caught and wanted to have bargaining ships to secure his own freedom, so he started hiding treasure as he went. The idea being that he could later give away the locations in order to save his own skin. Kidd was finally captured when he returned home to New York. He tried to talk and buy his way out of arrest, but it didn't work. He was hanged for piracy in 1701, which must have been so annoying. As for Kidd's treasure, it's known that he buried some of it in Gardinas Island, off the coast of Long Island, New York. That part was eventually recovered after Kidd's death. Nobody knows what else he hid, but speculation still rages today over how much he buried and where. Then he got drunk, fell and hit his head, dying, and the whole loss of the battle was blamed on him. Exactly.
What you got for me? Ah, you brought me some good pieces. That's worth a letter to be sure. Here you go, Captain.
I will be back for the rest.
We got the letter to Lucky Lem. I write you the script from the North Atlantic, having sailed here aboard my sloop, where the king's limies are hot on my trail. I trust the adventure prize remains safe, but rest assured it is in the best of hands, yours. I've always trusted you as one of my most loyal and faithful men, and that is why I now send you this scroll. It is of the utmost importance that you do not open it, as it could mean your life. And my life. Carry it with you always. Never give it to a soul, no matter the price offered. And believe whatever that cost might be, I will double it when I find you. I do not know when I will be free of these varlets, but they will not catch me. People very well may come looking for my scroll. Trust no one. Heed my warnings, Captain William Kidd. Okay, we need one more to unlock another Peg-leg mission, but for now let's have a look at the naval map here. I'm actually quite curious to see if all of the missions that are supposed to take place in 1773 are already available or not. Okay, we also can't get any upgrade here, can we? We could get an extra cannon, but that's about it. Okay, so let's just check all of the missions here, and if they are also part of the timeline here. So we're looking for Fort Walcott, that's part of it. The Chase is also part of it. Sinking a Secret is part of it. Anderson in Distress is part of it. That's also part of it. Dread of Night 2. Ah, interesting. So all of the missions that are currently available, minus the ruins at Saros, are actually part of a timeline. That's cool, they put it like in proper order. So we can just really decide here which missions we want to do first. How about we start with a chase? Investigate disturbances off the coast of Martha's Vineyard.
Ah, it's good to be at sea again, but I don't much like that sky.
Even a pretty sunrise is a bad omen to you, Mr. Faulkner. Where are these raiders?
By guess and by God, an easterly course toward the coast. Miss Mandy reports of some British boats gathering somewhere in these rocks, threatening the vineyard.
Sails ahoy!
British gunboats after one of the vineyard ships, Captain. We must protect her. Draw their fire, Captain. We need to keep the gunboats off until she reaches the vineyard pier.
Okay, we gotta make sure that the ship stays about 50% health here. Which means how's it called? This like small gun is really important.
Can't take much more of that. We need to protect the civilian ship.
Okay. Gotta reload here. I shouldn't have went for the broadside there earlier, but made our ship take too much damage.
After one of the vineyard ships, Captain. We must protect her.
Just gotta go for the swivel gun.
We need to keep the gunboats up until she reaches the vineyard pier. She can't take much more of that. Get after them, sir. They'll have her before long.
perks.
Mines, Captain!
Mines, Captain! Destroy them or use them to our advantage. Either way, avoid the blasted things.
To our advantage, how?
Shoot the blooming things with our swivels when our targets get too close.
Aye, aye.
And the mines are also like much more epic in AC3 than they are on Black Flag, I have to say.
She should be safe now, but it's a hot chase. Get after them and end the threat on the vineyard. We need more speed. They veered north. Not there, but an abandoned fort. Lobcock shouldn't be there.
Well, it is there, Mr. Faulkner.
And it's too close to the vineyard. Time and tide waits for no man. Take out her towers. Won't hit us with you at the helm, sir! We need to dodge those boarders! Head clear of their splashdown!
Gotta line here a bit better.
Mortars! Don't hit us with you at the helm, sir!
Nice. Quite a few optional objectives here, to say the least.
That fort won't be troubling anybody no more. Bloody English have gone too far this time.
That is the problem. What reason would the English have to threaten Martha's Vineyard? It has no strategic value and its people remain peaceful. I fear an influence of a different kind saw to this.
Templars.
But what they intend, I do not know.
Your orders?
I need time to piece things together. We set a course for home.
Aye, aye.
Right, excellent. Let's go for the next mission immediately here. We have Sinking a Secret. Locate the Dark Moor to destroy its secrets. Still the year 1773 here. So we know we do the right mission.
Captain!
Yeah, there's a big ship in the background. Rod, earlier today saw a bit of a new Lego Star Wars game. The graphics look really good and they seem to have evolved the style of gameplay in their games too. The movies that they already covered in the Lego Star Wars Complete Saga game have a fast flow in this new one, but it's understandable since they already covered episode 1 to 6 before. That's definitely understandable if they've done it before, I guess. But yeah, that sounds interesting. Have you played a lot of these Lego games before? I've only played a bit of Lego Harry Potter, but that was it so far. Also, give me 1 sec, guys. Okay, so it doesn't seem like we actually have any optional objective here, I don't think. So we can just destroy these ships as they are. Come on, show yourself. The wave is a bit in the way there. That's better. Okay, that's it. No optional objectives. Wrote only a handful really, and only finished a few. You've played a bit of the Harry Potter and the first Batman one, but never finished them. And you finished the Star Wars Complete Saga, Pirates of the Caribbean, Lord of the Rings, and both Indiana Jones games we did. Ah, I gotcha. That's fair. I haven't never really been gotten too much into them because, like, just looking at gameplay, I always felt they were all like very similar gameplay-wise and mostly focusing on, you know, destruction and simple kind of like puzzles. But having played like a bit of DC Lego villains, I think it was like the beginning, and Lego Harry Potter, I definitely feel like there's definitely substantial differences between the games that would make them unique. Definitely enjoyed Harry Potter much more though, I have to say, from what little I played so far. I hear the Pirates of the Caribbean one is really good, or supposed to be really good. But also reminds me of the fan-made Red Dead Redemption Lego game that you sent me a while ago, Rod. Like this kind of like fan-made video about a potential Red Dead Redemption Lego game, I guess. That isn't actually happening, but yeah, they did like a good job of the ending scene, I think it was, of the first game. Only that you know, he kind of like actually beat the villains, I guess, instead of getting shot himself. Hey there, Kobe. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. I hope you're having a good day. Part 1 was so fun, especially how they captured Jack Sparrow's run. That Lego Red Dead shot was damn awesome. It really was, dude. Yeah, I have to look back into that once I play Red Dead again. Right, let's do some more naval, I guess. So Henderson in Distress is also still part of 1773, I believe. Let's have a quick look here. Yeah, it is. Again, we gotta keep our health of our ally above 50% health here. What? Already lost 50%. Damn it. Yeah, I think these missions are a bit easier once you have like stronger swivel guns and stuff. I don't have any upgrades at this point yet, since you just unlocked naval. You're doing well. A lot of your shifts are being cancelled because of the cold and rain snow, so you have more free time. Ah, I gotcha. It's definitely fair, yeah. You guys have quite a winter down there, don't you? We also had like really cold temperatures, but not snow like some people in Munich and Bavaria. Actually insane. It's, you know, gotten so cold again. But I think by next week it's supposed to get warmer, right? At least over here. Not sure how it's gonna be in Bavaria. But yeah, it's going good. Have a good time playing some more AC3. Still doing the historical auto run of the Kenway Saga. And yeah, at this point we're in the year 1773, so all the way from 1715, we're almost at the end of it. At least here-wise. works. Yeah, I really gotta make sure that none of them reaches the other ship, really. So I kinda have to cut them off. Indeed, Kobe. Yeah, this is still my favorite of the Kenway Saga, I have to say. So playing this last, I definitely got more and more hyped about it. Okay, then we have Paving the Way. Find out what's happening near the lighthouse. Destroy ships by ramming them. Okay. Let's try our best here. That's one. Just missed it. You can almost hear Edward within the ship's crew voices. He just kept naturally listening to all those crew sounds. Okay, we still gotta ram some ships here. One. Oh yeah, imagine also having shanties. Such a good addition in Black Flag. And the maneuverability is really bad right now. Still need to ram one ship. It does also include Freedom Cry. Yeah, play like the whole Colonial Saga in historic order. We did Freedom Cry after Black Flag. Since it takes place like 2 years afterwards or so. At least after the theater scene between Edward and Haven. Okay, maybe now. Come on. Let me ram you. Seriously? Is it never gonna turn? Are you you serious? I rammed it, didn't I? Or did it just crash into the rocks and die that way? Oh, damn it. Okay, let's try this again. You just overlooked it in the list, my bad. No worries at all, Kobe. Okay, let's just try to the ram as early as possible. That should be easier. Hey there, Monad. Welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Lazy Vikings. Hope you had a good stream today. How was Elden Ring? You also can't take too much damage here, but got a ram. Requiescat in pace. Okay, one more ram. Then we can destroy everybody. Damn it, so close. With maneuverability is really something. What? That didn't count as a ram kill? Jesus Christ. Pretty good, getting closer to the end, but you have died many times. How are you doing and how's chat? Well, it's definitely understandable, Monad, the difficulty of Elden Ring. But I hope you still have a good time with it, despite dying a couple times. But yeah, it's going pretty good. Doing some naval right now, without any upgrades, which means we have like struggling a bit getting the full sync requirements, but hopefully I can get it soon here. Okay, can you stop? Yeah, these guys are just driving away from me. Man, it's really hard. Try and ram them. Not gonna lie. So can't take too much damage. Come on, just give me this ram here. Fuck's sake. Not reaching it, do I? Not just like driving away from me again. Oh my god. This full sync requirement is like killing me literally. I have to reload checkpoint here because I would just take too much damage. And I still have to ram them. Yeah, this ain't fun without any upgrades, to say the least. 506 deaths. Wow, just a few then. I mean, that's, I guess, given, you know, considering the game. Have you played the other Dark Souls games, Maunard? Fuck's sake, how close was that? How did I don't ram? Just one ram. These guys are good in dodging. There we go, fucking finally. Now just die, all of you. Much easier when they're actually allowed to give them the conventional way. Dark Souls 1 to 3 and none of them had you dying this much, but Elden Ring is also just a huge game. Yeah, that's true as well, I guess. I mean, there's like so many bosses, right? I think like over 70 or something? If not more? I'm not sure. Next important question, have you named your good horse Boy? Haven't played any of the Soulsborne games except for a bit of Bloodborne. But those are the things that are important to you, I guess. Yeah, that's fair. I've actually ordered Bloodborne yesterday. I figured I'd give it a try at some point as well. Aren't there more bigger ships later in the mission that you can ram? Yeah, apparently not. Apparently you have to ram these smaller ships. Which of course is really tricky, like if you haven't gotten any of the upgrades for the maneuverability. Which I haven't yet. Not quite swimming in money, so I can't really get many upgrades. But yeah, the improved rudder would be really good for that objective here. Indeed, it was time to go crook mode there. No one has done all bosses speedrun yet, but they are doing all achievements which requires New Game Plus 2, so you imagine all bosses are harder and take longer. Jesus. It sounds like suffering. To say the least. Okay, so Dread of the Night is also part of the 1773 timeline here. Chase down the notorious privateer ship, the St. James. Limit the damage caused by collisions to less than 25%. Okay. Can do that. Yeah, that was a beautiful hit. There we go. Yeah, I was getting quite close here with no health upgrades either. You're gonna go grab some dinner. Enjoy the sea battles meanwhile. Thank you, Monad. I definitely will. As much as I can. And I hope you enjoy your dinner as well, dude. Thanks again so much for raiding. I really appreciate it. Jumbots are so annoying, especially on Mars. Yeah. Especially since they also cancel your active attack rights, so they can really, like, if they kind of like chain it together, they can really bring you some trouble. Alright, and then we have the Ghost War Act 1 and Fort Walcott. Fort Walcott is actually part of a 1773 line as well, so I'm gonna do that first. It's gonna be the first, like, pack leg mission. and I really enjoy these actually. They're kind of a bit like the tombs, but they differ quite a bit. Like some of them are more like tombs in terms of like it's only you and the place. Some others are also moving like bigger action sequences, like Fort Walcott mission. It's a combination of like action and tomb parts. What's the cooldown for German gameplay? I think it's about 3 hours. Yeah, something like that. So quite a long cooldown. I guess on average it could only be used twice per stream.
Fort doesn't look as abandoned as it should. Looks occupied as can be.
I will need something to draw their attention then. Once you lose sight of me, wait for 10 minutes, then bombard the fort. I will slip out under cover of the shelling.
Aye, aye, sir. Sounds a trifle dangerous, but I'm sure you're up to it. I doubt they let convicted pirates like old Lucky Lem out of his cell much, so if his little scroll is anywhere, it's there.
Ah, Lucky Lem. It was the one William Kidd wrote a letter to earlier. Could be understandable, otherwise people would probably have you talk German the whole time. Yeah, would probably be used quite a bit. I mean, it's still a bit more expensive, so maybe not that much, but yeah, I wanna like, you know, have it be like more of a special reward as well. Especially considering that most people won't understand me as well.
Present arms! Position 1! Position 2! Move!
Man, this looks beautiful. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of as well, Kobe. You know, you and Jay and Rod and a lot of other people could probably make me speak German the entire stream. If there was like no cooldown on there. Perform ledge assassinations. Okay, we can do that.
I will have to circle around to avoid the courtyard.
Nah, it's probably a gull or a rat. It's the only intruders we get here anyway.
Preposterous. Okay, where's his chest? Hold on. I saw it. It's up there. Okay. Oh, nice. Quite some money.
Who would ever attack this fort, I ask you? Nobody. No reason to. They sent us here.
I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
I wager he buggered something.
Come off it. And keep watch.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, dude, how about you keep watch? At ledge assassination, I would like to really hurry and get him still, and then we just dragged him through the wall against it. Amazing. would I consider a redemption to teach German? Oh, bad assassination through a wall again. I mean, I would consider it, I guess, Mona. The thing is, I'm not sure if I would be a good teacher, you know, in that regard. Like, to kind of, like, make it understandable for a non-native speaker. Not sure if I have the qualifications, you know, to do that properly. I haven't taught German before or anything. Obviously, I could, like, try to teach, you know, like, phrases or, like, individual words or something. Teach me to say, my name is James in German, or easy stuff like that, or hello, goodbye. Yeah, I mean, I could do something like that, I guess. I guess it would kind of like depend on the one to do the reward as well. Like, depending what I write in there. Because I reckon...
We'll get a whip if we're late for the captain's address.
I'm hurrying. I'm hurrying.
I reckon some would also like write in like more complex stuff maybe in there. But yeah, as long as it's like, you know, more simple stuff, I think would be easier for everybody. But yeah, I would definitely consider it, Mola, for sure. You remember Miketa Redemption, where you would teach someone how to say a word in Italian? Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, maybe limiting it to a word would be good. You know? I would ensure that nobody's like using the reward like way too complex or something.
You are not trained to comment on strategy, nor are you aware of rebel movements. So put a stop to it. The next man I hear questioning the validity of our post will receive 10 lashes and 7 days in the old dungeon without rations. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Check the dirt sheet for duties and details for
Yes, Bartolomeo.
B Company will be in drills and without rum rations until they properly execute formations 2 and 3. Such sloppy marching will not be tolerated.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Complex stuff like in your ASMR redemption now. Indeed, Mola, indeed. But yes, Sir Bartolomeo, indeed. Oh yeah, something like a word or phrase or something. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely recommend, like, would consider that for sure. Maybe that's something I'm gonna add soon, actually. Oh, nice. More money.
That lurcher is out of his head. Who would do that to a man?
There we go. It's all the ledge assassinations. There's still another chest here, isn't there? Is it on the other side here? I think it is. And thank you for clipping that, Kobe. Ledge assassination ragdoll.
Decorate deserved everything he got. We won't tolerate such behavior. Let that be a lesson to the rest of you.
He didn't mean anything by what he said.
Well, you're getting soft.
I just don't think it's right.
Your history buff, so learning something about Germany would be cool to you anyhow. Yeah, that's fair, dude. I think I'll probably limit it to like a word or something for the start and see how it goes. Oh, 2000. Hell, yeah. Nice.
It lies under the eagle's bed.
Let's see what you got, rebel.
limit health loss 33%.
We're under attack, Cap!
We can't touch the flames, I believe.
Cut down my cannon shot! To the battlements! Move to the west wall! Bloody hell, where did they come from? To the armory! Who's in command? Form up! Form up!
Hold on, I had to do a kill streak of 3? Seriously? Didn't even see that. Please tell me I can still do that. Can't, can I? Fuck's sake, I didn't even see that requirement. Seriously? Wait, it's still showing.
I need to get to the Aquila.
Nah, I failed it, didn't I? Jesus Christ. That means I have to restart the entire mission. I kinda wish I would show that, like, earlier. Because, like, you know, at some point you kind of, like, focus on the action and then you, like, miss the one pop-up where they give you, like, another additional objective. Okay, so since we're already almost at the ending of this mission, I'm just gonna replay it at a later point. I think.
You're late, Captain.
Those occupying the fort were less than thrilled by my presence.
And?
And what?
The damn scroll, you muckworm. Was it there?
That it was, Mr. Faulkner.
Yeah, muckworm. Yeah, I didn't get the streak there, unfortunately. Oh, if only I knew. But that's right, we're just gonna replay it next time. That Navy mission. Okay, let's head back to the homestead. Because I still want to have a look at the economy and if we can do some more trading. Alright, we can buy some apples. Hell yeah. An apple a day, etc, etc. We can get some fresh water. Some vegetables. And wool. We can buy some oak bark. Lumber. Some pine lumber. That's new. spruce lumber. And that's it. And we can buy more catnip. Rosemary. Hell yeah. I love me some rosemary. Snake root. And St. John's wort. And we can buy some beaver pelts, I guess. Sure. Quite expensive, but worth it. Some deer pelts. Some fox pelts as well. Hare meat and hare pelts. We can also buy clay, now that we have Norris the miner. Iron ore. And sand. Cool. Let's see if we can craft anything. We can get the land convoy capacity upgrade, that's really useful. Let's get 5 of those. Yeah, we're still missing the blacksmith. It's like the most important one for crafting overall. But we can definitely trade with the pelts that we've gotten here, so let's go ahead and get some beaver pelts sold to Hancock's store. And some more. As well as some deer pelts. And we can trade more deer pelts, I guess. And fox pelts. Yeah, there we go. Alright, very nice. But yeah guys, I think this is what we're gonna call for today though. Before we exit out of the game, let's have another look at the DNA tracker here. Okay, so we're currently 26% for the game. We 100% at sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, haven't started 6 yet because we still gotta finish with the rest of the naval that we have. But yeah, then we can go back to the main story. Also made a start on the hunting society. Yeah, I still got to do all of the liberation missions, but that will be unlocked with sequence 6, I believe. Yeah, done some decent progress with naval here, but unfortunately we have to replay this mission. Might actually start with that next time to just get it behind us. But yeah, overall pretty good progress for today, I would say. So yeah, next time we play AC, we will definitely still be focusing on AC3, because we can play this game until sequence 8, I believe. That's where we're gonna switch back to Liberation for sequence 7 and then Rogue for the Paris Memories. But yeah, it's definitely gonna be more AC3 in the next stream, and maybe even the one after that. But yeah, let's go ahead and quit here. And then we're gonna have a look who's online and who we can rate. And that's the voice shot, Kobe. Thank you guys so much for being here and for joining. Really appreciate it. Thank you everybody else also for being here and watching the stream. No worries, Aura. I will catch you tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow we go back to some more Witcher. Hopefully for a longer stream again, and then we're gonna do some proper progress in the Blood and Wine DLC. Wanna get that Grandmaster Woven Armor. Thanks Max, thanks for the luck. And I will see you next time, dude. No worries, Shillocker. Thanks again so much for being here as well. And yeah, thank you also to all the raids today. Mornat, Ronnie, Rod, thank you guys so much for raiding. Waffle, thank you again so much for the 30 months of resubbing. Maxi, thank you also for the 50 months too. And welcome again also to new followers today. We had Loveco and AMG. Thank you guys also for joining and for leaving a follow. And yeah, thanks again everybody else, you know, for lurking, chatting, and just watching the stream. We really appreciate it, and yeah, hope you all enjoyed Summer AC3 today. I think we're gonna go ahead and raid out to Lucinda. She's currently playing some Dishonored 2. I think she's trying to finish her playthrough of the game this week. If you guys want to hop along with the raids and say hello. Ah, there we go. Thank you, Kobe. There's the raid emotes that you can use depending on if you're subbed or not. We have one for non-subs, the regular raid one, and one for people who are subscribed. So definitely feel free to copy that message and put it in chat over at Lucinda's. And yeah, I will catch you all tomorrow for some more Witcher 3 for Blood and Wine DLC. Until then, hope you have a great rest of the day or night, and take care everybody.